Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Oceanic TFT Fates Regional Series presented by Optus. I'm Judge Brand. I'm joined by two of the biggest brains in Oceanic teamfight tactics. I've got Tycoon on my right, that's going to be your left at home, and Kareem's on my left, which is your right. So just in case you didn't have that quite understood, I'm teaching a direction as well as TFT tonight. Tycoon, my friend, let's start with you. How are you feeling coming into cast this evening's proceedings?
Nervous. Not casted a tournament that's going to be this sweaty before, and I'm a bit low on the LP at the moment, so I'm not sure if I'm up to it, but I mean, we'll get through it.
So after this, we're all going to be jumping in and we'll duo up. We'll make sure we get your LP up because we're just going to steal strats from everyone here. Love it. Sounds great. Kareems, how are you, my friend? How are you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling good. I'm looking forward to this. Three of the top five on OCE in this lobby, so it's going to be a very, very good games tonight. Looking forward to it.
Going to be sweaty lobbies indeed, as all of these players are fighting for the top four in this lobby out of the 8, as those top 4 will move on to the regional qualifiers, looking at greater heights and their spot to head over internationally. But nothing to sniff at as well, boys. There's a prize pool for these proceedings too. Prize pool currently at 3,500 AUD, not bad. Good size. Tycoon, if you were to win that, how many events passes would you be buying?
How many events passes? All of them.
Good answer. Boys, before we get into it, I do need to give our wonderful sponsors a shout. Thank you so much, obviously, to Optus, who are presenting this with us. But, of course, Puma, Logitech G, and Alienware, all phenomenal brands, bringing you the best in Oceanic TFT action. Having a look at the scoreboard, this is for today. So, obviously, this will change a little bit later on. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, there are no points on the board yet. But you do have the points distribution there on your right. First place in a lobby will net you 100 points. We're going to have 5 rounds between these 8 players. And the top 4, as I mentioned, will receive an invite to our regional finals. Now, Kareems, who are we expecting out of these 8 to push to the top of the leaderboard for tonight?
My money is on Opal. She has the highest top 4 rate out of anyone in Challenger. I'm expecting to see her at regionals, even if she doesn't make it tonight. She's the most consistent flex player in this lobby. I think she's going to be in the top 4 tonight.
I tend to agree, my friend. Tycoon, do you have something different to offer, or are we all on the Opal train?
I reckon I've got my money on either Fishball or Dawnglade for sure. Both really strong Oceanic players. Fish is like extremely consistent. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Fish take out first place today.
That's a fair answer. I mean, looking at the stats, we're talking about a little before the broadcast. Opal is currently the highest ranked, as far as I could tell, in Challenger and OCE, just over 1,300 LP, 1,363. So not a number to snort at. That's some good LP gains. Kareems, why do you think that Tycoon's feeling the Dawn over here? What's really the matchup difference that we could be looking at?
So Dawn played 4 games of KO yesterday, so if he gets his KO, he's going to win. I can't deny Tycoon's logic there. KO's very strong.
That's fair. Given the, is this really, I mean, looking at what Opal's been playing recently, it's been Divines, it's been Mystics and Vanguards, kind of looking at those for your front lines and pivoting into whatever carry can really hit, mostly Executioners with that Kale, looking at the Kale Divine, the Kale Executioner. Is this just a race between Dawn and Opal to see who gets Kale first?
I think so. Opal's a bit more flex. I think she can play anything. I watched her very closely yesterday. She's down for anything, whereas Dawn's a bit more. He went 4 out of 4 KOs yesterday. I think Dawn's looking for that KO. That's his plan A. Whereas I think Opal's a bit more open to playing anything. A bit more flex.
Now, not to focus on just 2 of our 8 players. Tycoon, let's have a look at Angora as well. It's been a bit different with the, we talked about this a little earlier on as well, the Mystic, Spirit, Ninja, Divine being the top 4 traits played, kind of pointing towards having flex, really focusing on getting anyone that can benefit from attack speed and that Spirit buff. What are we looking for from Angora?
Well, Angora is just a pretty flexible player in general, to be honest. Like, if you're looking at Day 2 scores, he went really well and played pretty much different comps most time. I think he went like, what was it? 2-1, 2-3. So pretty consistently, like coming ahead by a lot of points, like an extra 30 points there from second place. That's a big difference. So just proving that he's a very consistent, flexible player, pretty much so. But I mean,
Absolutely.
lobbies are going to be some of the tightest lobbies we'll see, so it's going to be some hard games.
Now, lads, got to ask as well, and Krams, we'll start with you. What are we looking for in terms of different builds here? Who's not playing Kale that we need to watch out for?
I'm interested to see what Fish plays. I've seen him play a lot of Brand. I think he's played like half of his last 20 games have been Brand. Looking forward to see if he brings the mage out. Not sure on Slumbers. What do you think, Tycoon? What has Slumbers been playing? I don't know much about him.
Slumbers? I haven't really been following Slumbers that much, to be honest.
What did he play yesterday?
Slumbers has played a lot of mage, a lot of enlightened and siphoner. So really looking to have pivot options amongst magic carries. So if the mage hit works, then keeping with that. Otherwise, they're going to pivot into strong siphoners. So if you get an early Swain, you hit that 1% of Swain, put that in, get that with a tanky Morgana as well, and looking to roll up the LP. So yeah. I think there's a bit of contest between the mage players here as well to see who's hitting what, but the benefit obviously being able to pivot those items.
Yeah, Slumbers has been playing a lot of reroll comps, not specifically any like specific one, like there is mage there, but also played Warlords in day 2. There was the mages, and I believe there was a Brawler Shyvana game as well, taking a first place, but I think we should be coming up to the first game now.
Gentlemen, before we analyze them any deeper and use up all of our data prior to the first game, let's head in as we're now ready to get into the first round of games for tonight. And we're having a good look here at the carousel. What do you like, gentlemen? What's been picked up from carousel here? We've got a Nasus with a rod. How do we feel about that, Tycoon?
Yeah, Nasus with rod's a really good opener. Nasus, if you do get chosen, obviously, you can just basically use that rod to go straight into a dual gauntlet with the Titans. Rod is just, in general, a really good starting item at the moment as well. A lot of people tending to go to either rods or bows, or even swords, but rod is pretty high up there in priority at the moment.
Grames, what are you gunning for if you're hitting that carousel? What item are you tending to pick up?
I've been going bow because of Kale, and it's just very flexible. We can play Shyvana from there, Zed. But I know a lot of people playing Glove and Rod. That seems to be very popular yesterday. Rod's not something I'm familiar with. I haven't played a lot of Rod openers, but I saw a lot of players pick it up yesterday. Opens up Asol, opens up Katarina. Double Rod's pretty good. Looks nice.
Especially getting like the early game lockets can make a big difference as well.
Having a look at, obviously we're watching Fish here, ladies and gentlemen. Fish bringing in the 2 Garen on the board with the Nasus Rod sitting on the bench at the moment. We're just waiting to see what we get from PvE rounds and from shop at the moment.
Yeah, these shops aren't giving much direction, but he's got the Fortune chosen.
Fortune, is he going to bring it out? I don't think he's going to.
I don't think he ever takes that. He's probably looking to play a Warlord board here.
It looks like the Warlord starter pack is really coming through, I think, with the looking to get Garen 2. You've got an extra one on the bench. We've got a Tristana in the pocket, so if we can get the Nidalee, get a Jarvan, we've really got that Warlord kind of starter pack we discussed before broadcast, right, Grames?
Yeah, so I think he did play Warlord yesterday from memory. Looks like he's going to make 10 maybe. Will he make 10?
Probably going to make 10. No,
opts
not to.
He hasn't seen his chosen yet, so I think he's just trying to play passive for now. And he only got a 2 item start, so he definitely needs to make money here.
Yeah, he's probably just going to open.
For anyone in Twitch chat that's wondering, yes, we say he hasn't seen a chosen yet because chosen Fortune Kench does not count.
Oh, true. True. I just pretend I didn't see that. Yeah, true. I just didn't register.
All right, Dawnglade, we're changing it up a little bit, gentlemen. And this here is a keeper start with Sharpshooter and the Ninja, obviously, on Cannon. How are we feeling about this Zeke slam early with the Tristana?
Yeah, Zeke's is really strong in the early game, especially on an early game, what's it called? Sivir? Sivir gets a lot of AD. I think at rank 1 it's 100 AD on her cast, so every bit of an extra attack speed, a lot of extra damage on her, and she can pretty much be a carry pretty much all the way up to stage 3. Oh my
hitting
God.
the Sharps Nidalee, that's huge. Are we going to be looking for the slam? Absolutely.
This probably makes his board a little bit weaker because now he has 0 frontline. It's probably worth just dropping down to 2 sharpshooters, but we'll see what he does.
Having a good scout here, always encouraged. Karames, do you think that the Jarvan's going to be enough to hold out for the 4 sharpshooter to be able to get the damage out here, or is it going to fall over too quickly?
I think it's fine, to be honest. I think Neely's tanky enough. I think the Jarvan can tie up the backline as well, so I think he's pretty safe.
It's looking good so far.
Enough to cast the abilities at least on Siva and Neely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, looking at this build, obviously it's very early in the lobby. Are we looking to play the alternative to 9 Warlords, playing the Sharpshooter Nidalee build here, or do we think it's too early to be able to tell?
I still think he's going for Kale. He has leveled. It's going to be hard to reroll when he's already leveled. So
Yeah,
it's looking like a Kale. He played it yesterday. It's looking Zeke's bow. It's telling me Kale, to be honest. Looks like there was another shot Nidalee there as well. I'm sure he scouted.
Now, we've got Slumbers is playing the Duelist Chosen with a very nice 4 Duelists to start with. You got Jax and a Fiora out there with Yasuo, obviously, to make the 4. We've also got a Brawlers with Shyvana there for Opal, so looking like a pretty even lobby at the moment, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, well, he was scouting the boards with the big front line because they're the most threats to him at the moment. As you can see here, this board and the Brawler board, they pretty much just roll over him because he hasn't got any front line himself, and the DPS just isn't there to get through it. So pretty much you could see him scouting for them, but there was nothing he could do without double leveling there, which he's never going to do. So pretty much just probably looking to lose streak till creeps now and pick up a better item. Probably shouldn't have gone for the win streak if he was looking for Kale, but I guess just trying to preserve HP.
In the carousel, gentlemen, if we get a moment to have a look at them. For Dawnglade here, what are you thinking should be the option given current board and what we're looking at with the Kale later? Were you trying to get that needless for Ginsu's?
Nah, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't go for a 1 gold rod here. It looks like he wants to Siva pair. Okay, I'm not sure he's going to take now. He's a bit indecisive. Yeah, I think a 1 gold rod at this early is not it.
And for the viewers at home, do you want to unpack that? Why is the 1 gold rod not the play here?
It's too early to slam Rage Blade, to be honest. He can still keep that bow open. He's still in a position where he can play flexibly. So I wouldn't. It also gives him a Jarvan pair here. That's not bad. He's actually really strong now. He can also. He has to win to make 10 though, so he's kind of poor right now. Hopefully he wins this so he can make 10, but he's actually looking pretty strong. Dragon Soul.
A couple of boards there that are just going to wipe him. The Brawler board, that Mina's board probably wipes him as well. His backline carries just don't have much health at 1 star, but maybe the Jarvan can hold it.
Now, given the econ situation here as well for Dawnglade, do we think that this is going to have to be really pushing for that loss streak up into 3-1-4-1 to get the economy building, or are we concerned about this yo-yoing at the moment?
I think he's just going to try and preserve health as much as he can. I don't think he's too worried about his streaks at this point. He's literally just trying to conserve health.
Grames, do you follow on that as well?
Yeah, Kale can be tricky. You kind of don't want to roll for Kale at 7 because it's very risky. You want to get in a position where you can really push level 8 at 4-5 and hit it early, but also you need to hit that level 8. It really helps you to hit that Kale. Getting pinned at level 7 without a Kale can really ruin your game pretty quickly.
And I mean, that comes back to the changes we saw a while back with percentages and reroll comps as well, doesn't it? And Chosens, that when you're looking at those 4 costs, rolling at 7 is not as efficient as it used to be, right?
Yeah, it pays off probably 7 out of 10 times. If you're looking for like a KO, you probably hit it 7 out of 10, but sometimes you just don't hit and just in a really bad spot. Particularly if you're tunneling that 1 comp, you kind of get dizzy and get lost pretty quickly. Or it's a close fight.
Close fight with Mina here.
Oh.
It's going to be the Bonky Kong stun.
Oh, so close. Spear.
Oh.
Oh, close. Picks up the Kindred. Nice. So he's got their spirits. Kindred and Yuumi are also used in KO, so he might try and hold on to one of those.
Now that also gives us the Executioner, obviously with the Kindred there. Kindred and Yuumi giving us the perfect pair to start us on spirits. Tycoon, are you thinking that we see these two played by Dawn earlier rather than later, or are we going to hold on to the Sharps for now?
It kind of depends, really. Like, they're decent units, but he's got the Sharpshooter chosen for now, so he's probably just going to ride that as long as he can, and then sell it and roll down for a better board eventually. I don't see him rolling at level 6 here, or he just made so much money as well. Yeah, he's definitely got to eco up and probably look to roll down in stage 4.
Now, it's so interesting as well, while Dawn had a bit of a scout here, that Opal, sitting on the Brawler comp, has also managed to grab a chosen Fortune Annie. So you got Fortune Brawler sitting there for Opal, who's on a win streak at the moment, going to look to net a lot more bonus coin, right?
Yeah, she can use that economy, just push A and get to that boss as soon as if she wants to stick with the Brawlers. Looks like she's same Gunblade though. Oh yeah, she can stick with that with the Nunu. She's looking pretty good. She definitely wants a bow on that Shyvana. She can basically just use the extra econ, just push A and find the boss ASAP.
Question on Shyvana for you as well. Obviously, synergizes very well with both tank and offensive items. When we're looking at offensive items, what do you prefer? Are you looking to slam Ginsu's RFC and maybe a Quicksilver for CC avoidance? What are your builds, Tycoon, that you like to push for Shyvana?
So it's always Hurricane. You always need a Hurricane. It's pretty much mandatory on her. It just doubles her damage output just straight up. On top of that, you can go Hodge. You can go Rage Blade. It doesn't really do a lot because she's so big and in the front line. She usually tends to be CC'd half the time. My best items, I usually just go for Hurricane double Hodge.
All right, we're going to go have a look at Opal for a bit here. Dawnglade doing quite well and looking to push out with that extra level and that keeper there. Let's have a look at Opal, who's scouting at the moment. The one that we were talking about with the Brawler, Fortune and Shyvana. Kareems, how are you feeling about Opal's spot here in the lobby? He's sitting third, 86 health. Looks like a decent board, right?
Yeah, I think she can definitely use this to go away. I think she's in a really good spot. She definitely needs this Hurricane though. Her biggest weakness is her damage output here. So she's putting 2 Shyvana just to try and get some more DPS out. But she'll definitely be looking for a bow on the next carousel if possible. But she's lacking a bit of damage.
Yeah, and kind of hard forcing the Brawlers without the Brawler chosen can be pretty scary too, because if you never hit the Brawler chosen, you've got to kind of pivot into an awkward Dragon Soul Shyvana build, which pretty much isn't as strong as 8 Brawlers.
Given the Fortune at the moment and looking to try and get Econ stacked, are we thinking that it's going to be a 7 roll down for Opal at 4-1? See if we can hit better Shyvana and hit a Brawler chosen amongst those, the majority of Brawlers available from 1 cost all the way to 3, or are we looking to something different?
She's fairly stable right now. Like, all she needs is a bow and a Shyvana, and that would probably make her the strongest in the lobby right now. Like, Shyvana 2 with a Hurricane is a really big power spike, but being this high health with this many players that can potentially play Kale, it can be really hard to get a bow, so I guess we'll see. Like, a power spike might be fairly delayed, and with the cloak already on Shyvana, there's not a huge amount of good cloak items you can make on her, other than like either QSS or a Hurricane, so sometimes the cloak might be a bit of a trap.
The cloak certainly not going to save from Itchy here, as that's a 5-unit loss. 68 health remaining. Kareems, as we come into this carousel, what are you looking for Opal? You're looking for that bow?
That bow on the Shyvana? Oh my, please. Is she going to get that? She's like, get me out, give me that Shyvana. Yeah, perfect. She's stable now. She's chill.
Easy.
Perfect item, perfect
Best case scenario.
Yep, pretty much.
So we've got a Shyvana now that's 2 with Runan's Hurricane. Looking at what we've got left, that gives another Nunu put in, because we've got a couple of pair here. So we've got the TK pair, we've got the Nunu pair with Hex Tech on the one on the board. How are you feeling here, Kareems? What are you looking for as next unit for Opal?
I'm not sure. Will she get rid of... I don't think she's going to get rid of the Fortune. See her payout first. She's going to get a Lucky Lantern as well. Will we get Ulri Forger? I think she'll just put in the Nunu here. No Elderwoods in shop. Yeah, but she's just going to chill on this board. She looks
And
pretty
I think
stable,
that's a
though.
really good slam as well, right? QS on Shyvana, she's 2. She's going to get double damage out. She's not going to get CC and avoid that main issue that you mentioned as well, Tycoon, that, Ginsu's really doesn't help because you get CC'd, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the attack speed doesn't really matter when you're in front line getting CC'd by Sejuani's and Aurelias and everything else that knocks you up.
Coming in against Dawn, who we were spectating earlier, bit unlucky on the pathing there from the Nunus as they're going to be wandering around the board. Do we think this is the power spike for Opal that we were discussing? This will be enough to carry into the mid to late game?
Close. I think she's got it, though. Depends on this Nidalee spear. Oof.
She might not feel safe. She may slow her a little bit. I'm not sure what her plan is here. Depends how stable she feels. I think she needs a Nunu too before she pushes 8. She got the Elderwood in now. Not sure how long she's going to keep the Annie for either.
I mean, the Annie's really going to come down to how well it stays successful, isn't it? If she continues on this win streak here, then you get Wolves into 4-1. Do you reckon it's a 4-1 roll down, or is the XP not quite there, given the economy, to have a roll down at 7 to hit some extra brawler units?
She might slow roll a little bit till she feels comfortable enough to go 8 if she's feeling a bit threatened. Nunu 2, maybe a Vi.
They're just chosen as well.
She does have to go 8 at some point to cap. And yeah, if she doesn't get the brawler chosen, she's going to have a hard time capping. She'll have to turn to Dragon Souls in the mid game to get the damage output. Which I saw her do a bit yesterday. If she was struggling with the brawler, she'd play like a Brand, A-Soul backline. There's a Tristana. She's holding that just in case she wants to play Dragon Soul.
Now, given the Dragon Soul buff as well, 3 Dragon Soul only applying to 1 unit, and it's the first one damaged, you're really looking to capitalize on the fact that you're going to have Brand Tristana backline and look to have the Shyvana cop that damage first up, right, as part of the tank?
Yeah, and she just solo chosen, so she might want to roll for a new chosen here. I'm not sure. She might want to greed 8. I would roll here, but there's always that back in the mind that you do have to push 8 eventually if you want to try and get to the boss. There's no point going the boss if you don't have a brawler chosen, so she might slow roll a bit here, I think. Oh.
Now, we've seen some quick movement with the shop there, Tycoon. Do you want to just break down what's happened and what Opal's chosen to do with buying and selling of units, if you caught that?
Oh, she's just getting really units she doesn't really need, to be honest. There's not really a whole lot. Oh, it's the Elderwood chosen. Okay.
Oh, what's that shop? Triple ASOL? Okay.
What?
Oh, she's going to pivot here, I think.
ASOL game. She's got the Gunblade. It's definitely Elderwood ASOL.
What was that shot? That shot was disgusting. I'm throwing up.
That shop's huge. So now that we've got the Elderwood ASOL, we've obviously got components on the left there for... they've got a Hex Tech from the Nunu cell, so we're going to slam that. Are we going to see a push for a Jewel Gauntlet here with that remaining rod? How are we feeling?
Yeah, Jewel Gauntlet's probably the best damage item. I like mana items as well, but it's probably going to be a Jewel Gauntlet here. It's crazy damage. I can't see it playing anything else. I'm not sure what the belt's going to be yet. But I'm expecting her to push 6 Elderwood now. She might push away from the Shyvana once Shyvana's not strong enough. But right now she's really stable. 3 Dragon Soul, 4 Brawler. She has a 2-cost A-Soul and a really strong Shyvana. So she can chill in the sport for a bit.
Alright, let's head back over to Dawn while we leave Opal to sit here and really work around that Elderwood comp. Now, Dogglade sitting with 4 Brawler. Oh no, we're looking at Opal. Dogglade, go back to your board so we can suss. There we go. So the 4 Sharps again, we're still here. We've got Nidalee. We've managed to push this out with 3 Warlord, 3 Cultist. How are you feeling about the stability of this board, Tycoon?
It's pretty much the same board as before. It's just everything's upgraded now. Like, he's still basically just looking to play Kale from here. He has a QSS on the bench he could make, because it's pretty much always going to be a QSS anyway if he's playing Kale, but just keeping his options open in case it does turn out to be like an Elderwood game or an Olaf game, because he's got the spatula there that he could make some other things with.
Yep, Fish
now,
bringing out the brand
like
I called it. He's playing his level 3 brand. I'm scared for everyone in this lobby.
That's it. You called it early game, pre-game. We knew it was going to happen there. Unpack it for me. The brand with Ginsu's. Are we looking at that so the brand's casting more often across the fight? What's the play there?
Yeah, it's just
Well,
attack speed buff, right? So you get 10 mana per auto on average, so if you can attack quicker, and he's going to get more stuns off. I know it doesn't look right when I look at it, but whenever I verse it, I'm like, please stop stunning my team, Fish. I want to move. But yeah, it seems to work. He plays that comp a lot. He's played a lot of brands, so I definitely trust his judgment on the Rage Blade there.
All right, let's have a look at Fish, the man in question. Obviously, we've got the Wooglets for the Mage Shyvana as well. Tycoon, can you unpack Mage Shyvana for me? How does that work with the double cast?
Yeah, so basically when Shyvana casts, or when she ults, she gets flat percentage health. Now, if you have Mage Spat, you cast twice. So basically in the same animation, she'll cast twice and double or get the 50% on the 50%. So she just gets a ridiculous amount of health, basically. Does still have the... I don't know if she gets the attack damage portion twice. I don't think it works that way, but I know the health is more clear.
That's a really tanky dragon. So Fish picking up the rod here. We see that makes a jeweled gauntlet. We've got the brand already fully stacked, and we don't have magnetic remover here to have brand. What mage are we looking for to put that on? Is that Asol?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
He's got
Now, also got
mage.
the Olaf that's being nursed on the bench. We've got the Braum nursed on the bench. Are we looking at hitting the Asol and then pivoting for a 5 mage, 6 dragon soul?
The 7 mage is probably stronger than 6 dragon soul. He could do it. Like he's holding them there, but it's... I think if it came down to holding them or making eco, he would probably sell them. But I haven't really played the brand comp that much, so I guess we'll see. Putting the jewel gauntlet on Annie means he's probably going to drop the Annie later, so I guess we'll see. I've honestly not really played much 3-star brand carry, so I don't know. Interesting to see what he does.
Well, Brand, it's a great name and a great carry. Graham says, we see Slumbers struggling here against the mage build. The Fiora is a concern to me, how tanky that is, paired with the Callista backline. Not going to be enough for the mages. Is it going to be enough for Slumbers to do well in the rest of this lobby?
I'm not a fan of Fiora. So he's got a Fiora and a Callista carry. They're both single target. I find that really falls off in the mid to late game. It's the biggest problem with Callista, like just duelists in general. Single target units, they need help for sure. So he's stuck at level 6 right now. I'm hoping he can push level 8 and put in some more utility units there.
Now, stuck at level 6, running a duelist comp, obviously that's for the reroll to try and hit 3 stars, especially when you're looking at your Yasuo, Fiora, Jax, who are all 1-1-2. Is that going to be a struggle if he's not win streaking or subsequently not lose streaking enough to get an econ balance to push? Are we going to see him caught in that sort of situation?
It's not too bad. If he's one level behind everyone and he's got like upgrades on his board, he should be able to keep up. But right now he doesn't look that strong. Fiora 3... I'm not a huge fan of those items. I don't know. I feel like the payoff for losing that level is not worth it. Looking at his board, I think he's gonna have trouble. But to be fair, this lobby's really close. Everyone's really low HP, so if he can really start stabilizing, he can definitely push the top 4 here.
Now, we're seeing the Lulu hit there. We did see a Kale in Fish's store, but obviously not playing that, being the mage player. These items not really going to translate to a Kale pivot either, even if they wanted to. Do we think that Fish is in a really good spot, win streaking here, 62 health, 9 win streak? Is this the double cast Shyvana going to do well into the late game?
No,
I think it will. I think the strength of the Annie will determine his final team comp. If he thinks his Annie's strong enough, I think he'll stick with this. If Annie's stuck because of level 1, 2, he might switch to 6 Dragon Soul, because I think that'll cap stronger. Let's see what he does here.
He's looking to use his dice. Well, hits the 2-star Annie and the dragon.
Oh, that's a really nice shot. I think he will stick with this now. He hit the Asol as well.
Yeah, he's going to put Dragon Soul in. He does
He
go
also
for
fit in
6
6 Dragon Soul. Yeah, so Elderwood doesn't have a lot of value here, so he took out the Elderwood and put in 6 Dragon Soul. So I think it's 3 blessings now, so he's in a really nice spot here.
Obviously, those blessings, we're looking at the front line, and one of those to fall short. So Olaf, Shyvana, and Braum are going to be the 3 to be getting the Dragon Soul blessing first up, and then looking perhaps once one of them falls, probably the Braum, for that to transfer to Asol, or preferably Asol on the back line, right? Not so much the Trist.
Well, yeah, because the Trist is a little bit further in, that means Trist is going to be getting the buff first, but 1-star ASOL, it's not really going to make a massive difference anyway, because it is based off your the unit's health, and 1-star ASOL doesn't have that much more than a 2-star Tristana, but it also gives them attack speed and AP, which obviously ASOL gets more use out of.
Now, let's go back to Dawnglade, because as we've seen in Fish's Scout, there is 2 out of the perfect 3 items on a KL, and there's 2 Zeeks on the bench. We've got a Vanguard spat there as well. Kareems, are you scared of this board right now?
I am very scared. Executioner KL is going to crit pretty much every auto. Just needs that 3rd item, but this is a very scary board. Just needs his frontline sorted here. He's got a lot of level 1 units up, but I think by the time Carousel comes around, he'll be the strongest in the lobby here.
Definitely.
Now, looking at that Cho'Gath, Tycoon, that's a Cho'Gath with ZZ Rot level 2. It's got Morello and it's got Vanguard. Not going to get a cast off there, but is that Cho going to be the front line we need to hopefully carry against everyone except Fish?
Nah, Cho'Gath's not good enough. He's probably looking to get that Cho'Gath out as soon as he can for like a Shen or something, but Cho'Gath is just not a great unit without Brawler. Doesn't have the health pool to actually, like you saw then, get his cast off before he dies.
So the loaded dice, gentlemen. We're getting
Nice.
the big pull with Zarya 2, Kindred 2, Yumi 2. Is that a feels good, man?
Yeah, that'll
well, it's
definitely
a big
save him some HP. He's really low on HP right now, 19. He definitely needs to just stabilize as quickly as he can.
He
He's
just
really
doesn't
looking
have
for
much.
frontline though. His frontline's the biggest issue right now. Level 1, Cho'Gath, Lee level 1 as well, Aatrox level 1. Like, it's just like, he's in a rough spot.
He has no
I'm hoping-
real damage items on the Kale as well, so hopefully the attack speed can be enough to do it, but
Yeah.
sometimes it's not with just attack speed on its own. Like sometimes you need a dual gauntlet or something.
Especially when we're concerned about comps that are particularly tanky or
Is
comps
that
that have some
a,
heal.
wait,
Three.
did I see that right?
Yeah,
I'm gonna look.
went off.
Is that,
Wow.
is that, wow, Opal with the A-Souls, okay.
And it's on Carousel. Oh, she's too
Oh
late.
my, she wants it, take it, steal it from
She's
her.
not getting it.
Oh,
There's pings coming out. We can see those. Slumber's picking up a Callista, obviously for the Zeeks. Angora with the cloak. Let's look at Opal's dreams of getting that ASOL. Is Slade just going to protect it? Oh, Mina. They're all around. Yeah, they're not going to let her have
They were very aware that she's one off ASOL 3 here. Yeah, that was actually quite a funny carousel to watch.
No one wanted.
Mina, the
no one wanted
gatekeeper, saved the whole lobby. Can we get F in the chat for Mina? For saving the lobby here for everyone.
Now, is it also worth mentioning as well, Mina saving the lobby, because that was a Gargoyles pickup on the ASOL as well, so not really the most useful item. I mean,
True,
I know it's certainly not the
Oh.
favorite item to be picking up here.
It's not the worst, but it's definitely not the best.
Now, how do we feel? I'm not the biggest fan of Callista 3, but we have had it hit in the lobby. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts, Token? I'll start with you. Callista 3, is it worth pushing for that unit, or should you save your economy compared to rolling?
If you're high rolling duelists out of your ass, yeah, you can. But you need like such good items on her. Like you need hurricanes and death caps and stuff to even make it worthwhile. And even then, she's so flimsy. She just dies if anything sneezes in her direction. So it's not usually worth, but sometimes you can make it work.
Now, Kareems, we're seeing this Olaf and ASOL in the middle. ASOL just tanked, and thanks to Hextech, one heck of a pull from the Aatrox. We're thinking that this board from Opal is looking late game now?
Yeah, I was looking really strong. I still can't believe she hit 3 ASOLs in one shot. She's looking very strong. She's gone for Swain as well. She's got 2 Swains in shot. She's going to spike really hard after neutrals, I think. I would be surprised if she doesn't top 2 here with this board. She's looking very, very strong.
Given how expensive, I think is the word I'm going to use, the Dragon Soul comp can be, looking at your Olaf, ASOL, both 4 cost, then Swain being a 5 cost as well. Are we thinking that there's going to be a push, if Econ permits, to try and 3-star those 4 cost units if possible? We've got an Olaf in the shop, we've got a 2 on the board. Tycoon, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think she's ever going 8 here. Definitely looking to finish off this ASOL, Shyvana, Swain, Lulu. I think she already had 2-star Braum though. Oh no, it is 1-star. Oh, a 3-item carousel. Root mount. The Sunfire does nothing.
They're not the greatest items.
Not
But
bad
they're
for-
gonna go on they're going on Swain for sure.
Yeah.
Swain's gonna be a god late game.
Oh, the duelist player hit double static Shiv.
Oh, that's dangerous.
A lot of DPS if you put it on Callista.
Okay, as we get this creep round playing out here, and we can see Opal scouting all of the boards. That's a very, very tanky Golem with the Sunfire and with the Gargoyles having the whole board targeted. Are we thinking that we use this Reforger at all? We've got a Runen, Sunfire, and Gargoyles. Is it worth rolling the dice and seeing what we can pick up?
You can definitely get rid of the Sunfire and the Hurricane for sure. Might get rid of the Morello instead, but you don't really need either with Swain on the board because Swain already applies that. He's looking for a Chosen, didn't hit anything.
We're seeing that's a Hurricane. Using the Gargoyles and
So-
Morello on Swain.
Yeah, so Swain actually already applies Morello. So Morello and Swain doesn't, unfortunately. I mean, I guess
We're
it's
seeing big
it's a bit of
casts
help.
from the ASOL.
Yeah, that 11k damage. Oof. She just needs that third item from the next carousel on the ASOL, and she's gonna be very, very strong. I think she's looking really good here. Just needs a Chosen and the ASOL 3, and she's capped.
Donking every round for it.
There's more kind of hair. She's gonna lock for that, I think.
Now, given the items that we got left on the board here, are we looking to put a Sunfire on Morgana and tank her up a bit?
That's what I would have done. Looks like she wants to go with the back line here. I'm not sure why, what her reasoning is there, but I would have gone
It's a
Morgana
sword.
there, personally.
Could put it on the if she can get a sword from next carousel, obviously GA Olaf with a Hurricane would have been strong, but already got rid of it with the Sunfire.
Poor Callista got one shot. Oh no.
We saw Yone dodge the first cast of ASOL's ult there, but the mage coming through and getting him hit again. Opal in a really good spot right now, top of the leaderboard. Dawnglade in a close second. There's the Morgana hit that we had locked in last. Given the lobby now, Slumbers, Angora, and Itchy are all knocked out with Mina hitting level 9. Gentlemen, what's the win condition here for these players?
Well,
So for Opal, it's just to hit this ASOL really, and to get a third item off the carousel. Dawn looks pretty capped. Unfortunately, you have to put Warmogs on that Kale, but at least it's tanky now, I guess. I've never seen that before.
it might help it survive the ASOL sneeze, I guess, but probably it.
Look at that Warmogs on the Kale, very beautiful. I actually don't know who wins this fight. It's pretty close. No GA on the Kale, so if ASOL can pop it. Oh wow, that Kale's just slaughtering her. Wow.
That KO
Okay,
is
what a
strong.
Slavy's gotten real tight. How's the other fight going? So looks like Mina
Mina
is playing
taking out
Kale as
Opal's
well. I did call
clone.
that as well.
All right,
Nice.
gentlemen, we got Carousel, Tycoon.
Dragon
What are you
Souls.
feeling here for Opal? The Dragon Spat?
It's probably Dragon Soul Spat or Cup. I think it's the Dragon Soul Spat on the Brawler, though. Oh, okay, she went for the Cup instead. Essentially, if you could Dragon Soul Spat, the what do you call it? The set, you can put it in over the not the Olaf. What's the Braum? Sorry, I don't play enough.
Yeah.
So I forget that. You can put it in over the Braum, which is obviously a whole real champion compared to a Braum 2 with a Sunfire cape that's not really doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Set obviously being able to come back at the end can win you rounds alone if he comes back and does true damage.
And given the
Unfortunately,
tankiness of the front of Opal's comp, that could work, right? You put a set right at the front line, gets set to head off early, and then watches the rest of the board holds on for set to be able to run on with true damage, grab someone like an Ornn, grab someone like a Swain, and dunk them, right, Grahams?
Yeah, for sure. Her main issue is no Chosen and one off ASOL, no money, but she's kind of caught on this board for now. Oh, not close.
The set's
GA's
not
still up, I think.
charged up yet.
Oh,
Ooh.
very tight. That Swain did 7k damage. Wow. Right, top 3.
So that's Dawnglade down with a -1, so very close on the combat there. Unfortunate, we'll get a 4th place. Slade falling down as well in 5th. So we're really stuck between 2 Kales and this ASOL Dragon Soul board. Does it come down to positioning for this and whether ASOL can snipe the Kales out of the fight?
Yeah, you need your
and Mina's
ASOL.
got a Shroud as well, so it looks like she's trying to get away from the Shroud here. Don't know if Mina followed it. No. Okay, it's pretty good positioning for Opal, I think. Gonna be close. Oh, wait. I saw their move.
I thought she moved it.
Yeah, me
that's
too.
really bad for her.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looked like she moved it. Would have been good positioning on the other side. Swain, though? Swain unkillable? Oh,
Swain
that's
too
Swain.
strong.
Mina knocked out. Is that double care? Okay. Last fight after neutrals. So can she hit 8 Chosen here?
He's not going to do anything for her.
We really just put on Olaf, right? See if Olaf can do anything with it, but no one really strong enough to capitalize.
Nah, no one can use it. Like, Olaf is just going to die in 2 hits from anything anyway, so without any kind of defensive stats or anything, it basically makes no difference.
All right, we're going to have a watch from Fish here, just because
got it.
Fish has got the HD goodness. Looking at a Zephyr available.
Oh, did I just see a Nico from Opal? Oh my. Wait, shit the Nico. Oh my, what a high roller. Opal to God. Everyone's pinging her right now.
Wow.
ASOL 3 from Opal. Can Fish deal with this? I don't know.
Did he have a Lee Sin on board?
I'm not
Fish,
sure.
I don't believe so. No, that was Mina, I think it was. There was a Lee Sin that was causing him strife earlier.
He really doesn't want to hitting that Endless Winter on the Braum straight away, though. Yeah, it's not straight on the Braum. Didn't get the Zephyr cheese. Nah, it's Opal's game. It's just going to one-shot everything, isn't it?
Pretty much. It clears out a lot
it
of the
was
board.
a lot closer than I expected.
Okay, Opal, nice. Very nice, Opal. Very well
Opal
played.
taking out
With the
first
smiley
in
face at
this
the end
lobby.
as well. Okay, nice. Oof.
We saw the question mark coming in from Fish as well after the ASOL cleared the board. 3-star Aurelion Soul. It's a lot of damage and a lot of survivability with that Hex Tech Gunblade and the GA. Kareem's, it was that Opal's saving grace in the Nico off of the PvE round?
It has to be. So ASOL 3 does 1750 damage. Oh, but that was so huge, that Nico. Probably wanted to fight there.
Tycoon, looking back at that lobby, would you have, I mean, we all had confidence in Opal as one of the best players in tonight's games. Did you think that ASOL 3 was going to happen prior to the Nico?
With Fish holding 2 of them? No, I didn't see that coming at all. Like, they were pretty much waiting for, I believe it was Mina was holding the last one. So it was pretty much just sitting there waiting for them to die to be able to roll for it. But yeah, hitting that Nico with a pretty big high roll, especially when you're 1 off for half the game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is, of course, the Oceanic TFT Fates Regional Series presented by Optus, and we've just finished off round number 1. Opal taking out the win in that lobby with Dragon Souls and a stacked 3-star Aurelion Soul. We're going to head to a short break in just a moment. Stay tuned for the next game. Shout out to Tycoon and Kareem for being my wonderful co-casters for tonight, as we are going to bring you some more amazing TFT action. And thanks to Optus, Puma, Logitech G, and Alienware. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic TFT Fates Regional Series presented by Optus. I'm Judge Brand. I'm joined by Tycoon and Karames, and we're coming in for round 2 of tonight's matches. The top 8 in this closed qualifier, looking for our top 4. Tycoon, we had a big game then out of Opal, who clutched up with a Nico to get Aurelion Sol 3-star before the final fight. How are we feeling heading into the next game? Are we going to see more Aurelion Sol?
Well, I mean, we definitely expected to see some Aurelion Sol. I gotta admit, I didn't expect to see a 3-star Aurelion Sol or an early store with 3 Aurelion Sols in it. But she definitely pivoted really well into that late game comp. Like, wasn't going for it at the start, was looking for the brawler play, but yeah, essentially just hit that 3 A-Sols and just went straight for it. It worked out as well, obviously.
Now, Kareem, so we saw Opal struggling throughout the whole of that round to find a chosen that would suit the comp. Do you think that holding out hope and not pivoting too early is really what won it for her?
Yeah, she held her nerve. She waited till neutrals, and fortunately, she hit the Nico. That Nico on the neutrals to find the last ASOL. Oh, really, really clutch there.
Now, obviously, ASOL had some great items with the Hextech and the GA. The rest of the board had some questionable items, though, and we saw Opal placing them wherever she thought she might get some value out of it. The Swain doing okay, but did have the Morello Tycoon that you mentioned isn't really optimal to be using. Might have been better off on the Morgana. Do you think there was a better configuration of items that could have helped in getting the win there, or was it really down to just hitting that ASOL 3?
It looks like she was just trying to get items in as fast as she could. Definitely probably could have spent a bit more time deciding on who to put the champions as to who to reforge. Because there was pretty much like 4 dead items in the comp. There was a Titans on the Olaf. There was the Morello on the Swain. I think there was something on Braum as well. I think it was a Sunfire cape on Braum.
Yeah.
Like, just 3 dead items that easily could have just been put on someone and just reforged off to get literally anything better, especially when ASOL was missing a 3rd item as well. Like, even the Titans on ASOL would have been better than nothing, but obviously, yeah, when you're trying to play that fast, you can't always make the perfect decisions. And yeah, a lot of people don't realize that the Morello doesn't actually do anything on Swain because he's already applying both of those with his spell, but it's still not a massive difference. Like, he benefits from the health and the AP, so it's not the worst item.
Definitely not. Now, Karames, we see Opal coming through with that pivot onto the ASOL. We had a lot of different comps coming through in that lobby as well. Not so much Elderwood, but we did see other mage players and definitely a lot of Kale. Do you think that there was a Kale comp that could have competed against what we saw Opal pulling out?
Yeah, I didn't see how Dawnglade died. I'm not sure what he died to. He looked very strong.
I think he died
Obviously,
to
Warlock
fish.
scale not ideal, but
Yeah, I think he died to fish. It looked like it just came down to the last unit was just Brand, so it must have been a little 1v1, but Brand with the Rage Blade probably just stacked up too much and stunned the Kale into death pretty much.
It was a bit of a struggle for that Kale with the Warmogs. A beefy Kale, not ideal when you need to get damage output to compete. But ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into round number 2. Let's see who can pull out the win in this lobby. Is it going to be a Kale comp? Are we going to see a stacked A-Soul? Or are we going to see something a little bit different? Well, gentlemen, are you both ready to see some more teamfight tactics?
Absolutely.
for sure.
Let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come in, we've had the carousel, and we're watching Fish at the moment, who has a Garen with a Rod. How do we feel about Garen with Rod? Are we spinning to win?
Well, he went
Always
for
spin
Rod
to win,
last game
always.
as well, is probably important to note as well. So definitely prefers this Rod start.
And Kareem, so obviously we got the Wukong in shop there. We've got 2 Garens, the one that was carousel and one from the shop on the board at the moment. Wukong an option for Vanguard after PvE. How are we feeling about Fish? Obviously a mage player primarily. Going to get rid of these units.
I'd be shocked if he didn't buy this brand. It just wouldn't be the same Fish. Does he sell the Wukong for it? Okay, yeah, well, he's a brand addict. He doesn't care about that Vanguard. He just wants the brand on his bench. Very nice. There's a 3 mage if he wants it. But he does have the Garen pair as well.
Now the trick here, my friend, do you go for the Garen pair or do you pick up the Lulu?
I think he's going to hold out here. He wants to see if he gets gold here or not. I think I'm not sure.
Oh, that's 4
He
months.
wants the rod back. The issue is he wants the rod back, so I don't know what he's going to do here.
Now, as Tycoon, you've pointed out, that's 4 monkeys. We're looking at 5 monkeys. Sorry, a 2 cost the Chosen and the 2 either side. Are we going to see some Bonky Kong coming through here from Opal? Change it up.
I mean, 3-star monkey's pretty strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if we could potentially see some bonky coming through. Early monkeys on their own are just pretty good to just throw in, with Wine and Vanguard both being pretty strong in the early game. Okay,
Decision made by Fish.
Yeah,
not going
to
be
pay the
playing.
duelist.
No, we did see the hit with the 2 Callistas coming out of the orbs, but can make 10. And I think this is probably the best play. Krames, do you think this is the idea? Get off the Callistas that you got a pair of, get off of the duelists, and focus on your strengths?
Yeah, he doesn't have any items for Callista, and he makes 10 here, so I think that's the correct play there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I don't know what he's going to do now, though. He has an anti-pair and shove. I think he's actually going to sell the brand. Okay, Fish is feeling a bit different.
I think he's just holding the Annie for the potential fortune Chosen.
Now, we did last game at the start say Fortune Kench is not a real Chosen. Is that a little... well, I was going to ask if that's different, but when you get Fish gifted a mage brand, I think this...
Okay, well...
He's going to be kicking himself that he just sold that brand. He's got Dragon Soul as well.
And we might see that pivot too. It's going to be the Dragon Soul. If you're sitting here as Fish, do you slam a level here and get the Annie back in for mage? Or are you happy with leaving the straight Dragon Soul to mage?
I think he has to make a decision a bit later about whether he wants to reroll for this brand or not. So he has to see how many brand he has. He also has to see what item he gets off the carousel. He only had a 2-item start, so he can't slam anything yet, so he's just going to play a bit passive here, I think. He can't win streak with no items, and he's just going to chill a bit, I think, in the early game.
Now, Tycoon, I do have to apologize. You were right, it was 4 monkey, and I saw a Jackson thought that was 5 monkey. But that is a 4 monkey and a Jack
He's got one on
start.
bench. He's got one on bench.
Oh, yes, clutch judge coming through, seeing the bench. The all-seeing judge. How do we feel about monkey with the Jacks? Are we looking to push a Nasus and really stack on the Divines there, or for slumbers, or just kind of see what shop gives us?
It's probably just an early game board, honestly. If you hit the 9 monkeys, I mean, you can play it, but without the Chosen... Oh, no, he does have Chosen, sorry. Was it?
Is it?
Oh, no,
yeah. Chosen Vanguard. It's pretty strong.
There's a lot of people with monkeys on the bench as well, though, so it's probably not going to get given to him this game.
Now, still here with Fish, who graciously had a good scout for us, like any high elo player should when we're broadcasting. Has a Tristana in shop that can make 2. Given the Dragon Soul buff here, are we looking for a win? And if he gets the win, taking that 1 gold and slamming it right into a Tristana?
Yeah, definitely take a pair, but I don't think he's going to value it too highly. I think he prefers the mage here. We'll see.
He's just trying to maintain his streak here, otherwise he would have bought it to win the round.
All right, having a bit more of a scout around. Opal taking some early losses as Slade up there with Dawnglade as Mr. 100s. We're coming into our first carousel. Let's switch it up a bit. Fish, we'll catch up with you later when you hit some more mages and get some more damage. For now, let's go chill with Dawnglade, who's got the Dragon Soul Tristana, a Braum Sunfire in the front line. I quite like that. How do you gentlemen feel? We've got a Nautilus there for Vanguard and a Nidalee for Sharpshooter. Is this a strong board for the early game?
Yeah, absolutely. Sunfire Cape in the early game, it kind of griefs your items a little bit, but it just gives you so much power in stage 2 that it's pretty much always worth slamming unless you're trying to play like a reroll build or something that requires perfect items.
And Kareem, how are you feeling about this Vanguard? We've got the Nautilus sitting at the back line here, not up there with Braum. Is that a strategy play for some of these Slayers that we've seen in the Scouts?
Yeah, for sure. There's an early pair. Let me just see how he... So I think he has to level here, but he can also make 20. But he wants to win streak here, right? So what does he do
Not really
here?
much he can
Level?
add in, is there? He's going to level, but...
Pike
Is it just
pair.
Monkey?
I'm not sure what the play is here. I think Pike's the highest value. It's also Vanguard. Like, she has 4 Vanguard. That's 6 if he wants it. I thought he might slam Ice Cream here, but I guess he can keep that open and wait till Krugs. Depends how much he values this.
Yeah,
Win
I don't think
streak,
the ice
but-
cream cup would really make much difference here, but it looks like he might.
Will he do it? Don't think he
Yeah,
needed
he
it for
is.
this fight. I think he would have held out, but
Yeah,
his
the
his win
Sunfire
decision.
alone is probably what's going to win him these rounds.
We're seeing some good damage come out here. Great spear from Nidalee on the back line to get rid of Kindred. And this looks like it's going to be a perfect win. It is. 5-unit win against Opal. Opal really taking damage early. 70 now at 2-5. Is that a little bit too much too early?
Depends what you're trying to do, I guess. But yeah, sometimes if you just don't get given a board to make, there's not really a whole lot you can do about it. Especially if you just get given bad chosens over and over. But we'll see. Like stage 2, your HP doesn't matter too much as long as you can maintain a loss streak. If you're that much health and going like winning like right before carousel or something and breaking your loss streak can be pretty bad. But at 70 HP, I wouldn't be surprised if she's riding the 5 loss streak right now.
That's fair, Kareem. So I'm having a look at the shop here for Dawn, and he's got a Nasus in there, got a 1 monkey on the board. Which one do you value more? Is it the monkey or is it the Nasus at level 1?
Definitely the monkey. I think the Vanguard plus the CC is too good here. She has a Divine as well, the Aurelia. I thought maybe he might play with it, but I think the Vanguard buff just tips it towards the monkey here. It's a close fight. Both these players are win streaking. Someone's about to lose their streak. Oh, does this thing die?
I think Dragon Soul buff wins it, right?
Oh, he rolled. Oh my, that blended me though. Wow.
That's really bad. Right into PvE.
Flashes the
Damage
emote as
roll,
well.
Vladimir.
Slade with the BM. I like that. Very nice.
And we have to give Slade credit as well, rocking the chonk. I'm a big fan of the chonk. It's all about that drumline solo.
The new chunk as well, he's got the Luna one.
Mm-hmm. Got those big golden horns, have to represent. Let's change it up again, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got the PvE round. It gives us a moment to have a look at what else is going on in this lobby. We're here with Itchy, who's got the Enlightened with a Mystic Chosen. That's a Janna. And if you're looking for the Enlightened, I think the Janna with a Mystic Chosen is quite a good pick. Gentlemen, how do you feel about it, Cramps? We'll start with you. What are your thoughts?
I prefer the Enlightened version, but if you're going to run Mystics, you definitely want Enlightened with it as well. So he's got Enlightened and Mystics, so very, very annoying Fiora here. Or he's got that annoying board where you have Yuumi, Janna, and then the Fiora. Like, this is just an annoying board to verse. I would
Given
report this
the
guy
Jeweled
after the game.
Gauntlet Zeeks. Yeah. Given Jeweled Gauntlet and the Zeeks in the backline, the Zeeks obviously helping Janna cast more. Jeweled Gauntlet improving Kindred's damage output. And the Zeeks also helping improve the Fiora's, not just casting, but also damage output with autos. Tycoon, do you think this is a good board looking for the mid game?
It's not bad. Definitely could either get in like 4 Mystics at 6 or 4 Enlightened at 6. 4 Mystics in the early game doesn't really do much, so probably just looking to get more DPS into his comp. Janna really works better with strong frontline, so better frontline would be better here, but still pretty strong regardless. But Fishy is really weak, still level 4 at 3-1, so might not be showing a true power there. Like I don't think this board's actually too strong at the moment. Does hit the 4 Mystic.
And gets the Shen as well, which will give Adept. Going to be leveling to put that in.
Yeah.
Gets us Adept, gets us 4 Mystic. Very strong to hit that 2%. The 2%? Yeah, 2% before the roll for the level. So,
Yeah.
2% Shen. Kareem's, are you liking that hit now? Is this board looking to be something we can pursue into the mid and late game?
Yeah, very strong board. So he's got 4. Oh, it's just such strong. Everything's like 3-star. Chosen Janna, the Shen. Like, this is very solid. The only issue is his damage output, but I can't see him losing with this board. Opal doesn't have any. Oh, he's slammed GA. Interesting. GA Nunu.
Hopefully the Kindred doesn't int here, because Kindred is all of his damage.
Oh, Nunu's omnoming everything for Shen in the front line. Oh, okay. Nunu's just. Okay, I was wrong.
Yeah, the Janna shield doesn't.
I underestimated the power of the omnom here.
Yeah, the Omnom being calculated off of health, so really just counters a lot of the shielding that we're getting from Janna coming out.
I think he got it.
Janna's just holding the door. Oh, we got it. I think it's Dragons. No, that's so close.
Yes. Oh.
Oof.
You're right, Janna holding the door, and we also get Kindred really clutching it up with that cast and the back pedal. I'm interested. What do you think about Itchy's shop here? Is this, with the Nasus looking for a Kayle late game? We're looking for Siphoners to go with the Enlightened.
This is probably
Given
a Kayle
Morgana?
game. Looking at his items, it's either Kayle or Siphoners, but I'm pretty sure he's looking to play Kayle here. The tier could potentially be like a Hodge or something. His items are pretty tragic, but he's still got options. Probably not looking to play mages because everyone else is already playing mages by the looks of it.
That's very fair. Slade, the opposition for this fight. Kareem got the ASOL coming in early at level 5, 2% ASOL for this Elderwood mage composition. Obviously not strong right now, but you think, given Slade's items, that's the best player? We got an RFC or a Runen sitting on that bench.
I'm not sure what happened to him. He was win streaking. He's the one that beat broke our win streak, and now he's at 69 health. I guess he's trying to pivot now. Or is this Kayle with a bow though? Opal gets a Kayle with a bow. She has a GA as well. Maybe she plays Kayle.
I think he goes for the blue buff here for blue on Janna.
Mm-hmm.
It pretty much guarantees a top 5 putting blue on Janna here because it's going to save so much HP.
And also that damage increase as well. I mean, it's not a lot, not a heap of AD when that shield's live, but it's something. It's going to increase that damage output for the front line and for carries like Kindred who are getting those autos off.
Well, yeah, he's got 3 champions that don't even do damage with their spells, so a bit of AD is probably not going to be too bad. I don't think the Jax goes in here.
Looking at the okay, interesting pick here. Not going to have the Mystic. We are going to have the Mystic. Okay, so we're taking Nasus out, and we're stacking Uriah for DPS. We've got the Duelist in with Fiora and Jax. Kareem, so you liking this? So we keep the Jax for a little bit until we look for maybe a Kayle later?
I'm surprised that Jax is in. Like, he doesn't have Divine in. Like, he took Aurelia out. It doesn't make sense to me, but I guess he just wants the frontline here. I would have put in Aurelia personally over the Jax, but
I think he's just trying to get DPS in with Duelist for the Fiora.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Fiora's got Duelist plus inline.
Yeah, 0 DPS, and you can see that Fiora was second damage there, so worked a little bit.
And the Fiora as well, getting those faster attack speed in. You're also looking to get more casts out, right? That Fiora can then tank a lot of damage, especially coming up against Nidalees, can eat a whole spear that might one-shot someone and instead just shrug that damage off and be half frontline carry and half DPS, right?
Yeah, well, especially with the Janna, because Janna can still throw the shield on her while she's doing her riposte as well. So just giving her a lot of effective health, which just means that she's really hard to burn through. Probably needs to swap sides here. Opts to just put them in front. Does verse perfect slumbers. Monkey's just going to absolutely delete that Yuumi. Or...
Monkey gets a cast off, but across map, bong. It's a good cast from Shen, but the damage is just going to be too much.
Yeah, I don't think he's got enough to get through. Unless this, no. He just got bonked. Oh, it's close. It's pretty close. I think the Monkey still wins it.
Monkey's done well. Janna's not going to be able to get the cast off quick enough. Could we get a cast? We do, but it's not enough.
Right into creeps as well. That sucks.
All right, let's check in on Opal, my friends, who won the last lobby and see where she's at. She's hit the ASOL, if my eyes do not deceive me. Kareem, when she stops scouting, we get to have a look at her board. How are you feeling about what she's picked up so far?
So it looks like she's got, 4 Brawler, 3 Dragon Souls. So I see her do this a lot. I saw her do this yesterday as well. She really values the Dragon Soul early when she's playing Brawler. She doesn't slam... Like, if she's level 8, doesn't have the boss, she'll just play 6 Brawler, 3 Dragon Soul. This time she has the Brawler chosen. Last game she didn't. This time she has it. So she might... I think she's going to commit here.
Yeah, we could commit to a Deathblade here, as Tycoon said. We get the Elderwood there with the Lulu and the level slam for 7 for 1.
I'm expecting Hodge Zeeks here. Hodge Zeeks is what I would do, but we'll see what she values here. Did see her play IE yesterday as well.
Yeah. I'd probably be looking to pivot into Olaf here with GA, Deathblade, and Hurricane. That's almost BIS. Well, that is BIS items for him. So obviously needs to have an Olaf to even consider it.
Redemption Slam on the Maokai. Interesting choice. Thoughts on that, Krames? Why are we getting that happening here?
I don't mind utility items. Not what I would have done. I'm not sure about the open Infinity Edge here, but
Yeah, Redemption in
that kind of
well.
signals that she wants to play Olaf now. I think I'm not sure, but utility's really nice in these like comps where you have 1 or 2 carries, like Duelist, for instance. You can't just run full damage in Duelist. You need like Redemption, Locket. You need like everyone to be strong, sort of thing. Redemption's not something I valued a lot this set, to be honest. What do you think, Tycoon?
Oh, you just rolled past the Samira.
Oof.
1% Samira.
Samira there with these items, I would definitely be pivoting into Slayers here. But I guess we'll see what she's going for. I don't know where she's going to keep these IEs. I guess looking for Jeweled Gauntlet IE for the A-Soul. But then the Hurricane itself is going to be a dead item, so not sure what she's kind of planning to do here.
I mean, we could see something a little extra. We could see perhaps, depending what late game items you get, you've got a needlessly large rod here would make that glove into a jeweled gauntlet for A-Soul. You can then get IE, and then that BF that's still there with another rod could be a Hextech. So if you're looking at, glass cannon A-Soul really, going for the healing, so you wouldn't have a GA, you'd have no Quicksilver on him. I mean, do you then put the runins on someone like Lulu just to get that extra mana out from the on-hit? Maybe try and find a Shojins or something to get the utility from a unit rather than an item?
I mean, you kind of need the Hurricane on something that's going to use it. That's a double Hurricane Bramble Olaf. That's going to do nothing. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely looking like she wants to play A-Soul here. So I think it would probably be Jewel Gauntlet, i.e. Guardian Angel on the A-Soul and just frontline it and just one-shot the whole enemy team on the first cast. And then not worry about the survivability. But I don't know. These items are just very wonky. So I'm not sure what she's really planning here.
I think she's in a bit of trouble here because Olaf's contested. She has a Shyvana 1, and she's only got 2 pairs on the board. I think she's going to bleed a bit. She looks like she wants to greed 8 here really badly. I'm not sure what she has planned though.
Buying up some Elderwood units. There is a spat there on the Ornn, which could be a great option. Could look to push.
Okay. So
we could have a push for Elderwood here if she manages to get a Giant's Belt. And rather than sticking with the A-Soul, look to pivot onto a Zaya carry with a Vhagar. I mean, it could be an option. Tycoon, how do you feel about pushing the 9 Elderwood?
It would still probably be A-Soul carry. But doesn't have the Jeweled Gauntlet now, so if she doesn't hit a rod here at creeps, she's gonna need a new plan. Because essentially none of her team's gonna have damage. The Hurricane IE on Zaya? Is that what she's called? Feathers Fly?
Zaya?
Yeah,
Feathers Fly. Zaya,
yeah. Yeah, Feathers Fly.
Feathers Fly.
Yeah, like IE Hurricane on Zaya.
Oh, she just skipped the Zaya. And another one.
She's tunneling. She missed an Olaf, so she's not playing Olaf. She skipped an Olaf for there. Don't know what she's tunneling here. She really wants. Oh, she's in trouble here. Oh, there's a Shyvana. Okay, looks like she's committing. She sold a Chosen as well. I don't know what she was looking for there. She did miss an Olaf if she was wanting to play that, but Olaf is contested, so.
I think she might have been looking for a Mage Chosen.
Maybe, yeah. It does look like she's trying to push 5 Mage here. And is struggling to hit. Did manage to get the Shyvana too, as you mentioned, but I think it's just a little bit of misfortune.
I think she's in trouble here.
Roll.
I think she's in a lot of trouble here. She's very far behind. No Chosen, level 7, not much money. No real direction.
And Fish is out as well.
Yeah, Fish
died.
died.
Fish out very early in the piece. Haven't even made it to Raptors. That's a rough run to be 8th, right? Especially given how close last lobby was.
Absolutely.
Oh, Chosen Shyvana. Okay, we have a win condition.
I don't know if it's enough. She's not really rich enough to.
No, she's pinned at level 7 here. Yeah. There's a Nunu in shop. She might take that. She has 6 Brawl. Oh no, 1, 2, 3.
Needs to put it in over some.
Honestly, in my humble plat opinion, it's going to be pick up that Nunu and really push the brawlers. You've got the Chosen. Need to make that decision on what you value more. Do you value the 3 mage of the ASOL, or do you invest all in on the brawlers and really hope that Shyvana can carry?
I think the ASOL's worthless at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
So do I.
I think she's in trouble here. Looking like a 7th here, unfortunately. Not sure what happened. She kind of got dizzy, and then I think she had too many options. She was under a lot of pressure too. She was bleeding a lot in this stage.
Yeah. Recipe for disaster, right? When you're bleeding a lot, you don't have much econ, you've rolled down and haven't exactly hit what you are planning to hit. Now you're trying to force a comp that you're not sure, what you're really forcing.
She sold a Brawler Chosen at level 7 and rolled for a new Chosen, so she must have had a plan.
And picked up
I mean, she did hit the Shyvana Chosen, which is pretty good, but...
Well, I'm sure there's a plan there that we'll hear about later as we come into Raptors, gentlemen. I'm a little scared of the Olaf with the double runins, just because I'm wondering what it's... I think it's more the unpredictability of it. I don't know what it's going to do, because I expect it to do nothing. So
it doesn't have a DPS item on it, which is really awkward, because Olaf really needs a sword item to actually get damage out with the hurricanes, but it's working for now, so I mean... keep going with it, I guess, till it stops working, but it's gonna fall off eventually without having a GA on it, or an actual offensive item. This spat, I guess, is just gonna become Dragon Soul spat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think really much of a stick for me.
Okay, so there's the Glass Cannon ASOL. I did see that Rod come out and thought we might get this build, so using the Brawler for front line, gonna be looking to push on with the mages still. We saw the brand pick up.
I think he's just going to one-shot it. Oh, Pathing.
We might get a cast.
Oh, nice. The problem is the monkey has Giant Slayer. It's going to eat through her really quickly. Can the monkey tank this?
Yeah,
monkey's got healing, so...
Bloodthirster as well. This is just watching it units die one by one.
I think the Hodge also rolled healing too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. The Hodge rolled healing, so plus Bloodthirster. Monkey there healing a good 450 on some of those casts. So
that last carousel really hurt her because she took the Orn. Oh, nice. She got a Isol pair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she took the Orn with the spat, and she didn't get an Orn item or a spat item, so she kind of grieved her loss. But to be fair, I think she was looking for Elderwood on that.
I think so. Was really hoping at Raptors to get a belt. Then we could have seen the Elderwood spat come in.
Yeah. She looks okay now, actually. Not bad, but she's on 1 life, so she faces one person she can't deal with. She's out, so...
Also, given the life of everyone else in the lobby, Tycoon, if it's 1 and out, we're looking at a good, 5-6 combats in a row for a win streak if she wants to try and push a higher level, right?
She's just dead here. Yeah.
Oh,
the riposte!
It was a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Unfortunate riposte, and that'll be 7th. So not quite 1st to 8th, but it's 1st to 7th here. Let's check back in with Dawnglade, who's still in, and we're looking at a Siphoner Chosen on the Morgana, so she's self-sufficient. We've had a Kale in there, but I think Dawn's looking to change up this comp. What are you thinking is going to happen here? Gentlemen, are we looking for something different?
Looks like he wants to KO, but he's kind of just improvising here. His KO's very weak. He has no damage here. It's basically a Morgana CC show. KO doesn't do a lot.
If this Morgana just gets CC, the Fiora's on it.
Yeah, Fiora's on it. This is gonna be a bad loss, I think.
No, the Lee Sin's
Oh wow!
Lee Sin saving?
Oh my god!
Never mind. I take it all back. What is this comp? Teach me. Coach me this comp, please, Dawn.
Dawn has one of the most interesting comps I've ever seen. So it's pairs of everything, right? It's 2 Divine, 2 Mystic, 2 Executioner, 2 Siphoner, 2 Vanguard.
Yeah, it's very, as Moddog would say, very vertical comp. A lot of small traits, no pause or anything, just all vertical instead of horizontal. Goes to the Shroud. I would have gone RC there on the KO, but whatever.
I think he's probably looking to get rid of the KO.
Yeah, true. He might just trying to get away from it altogether. Maybe he wants to play around the Xayah now.
Yeah.
But
I
Sire's
mean,
got
if you went for the RFC, you could then move into Kale Carry on top of it, which would probably be stronger altogether, but
yeah.
what he's going to do.
Oh, Samira, no sharp.
Now, I do have to give special mention here to Slumbers, who's managed to play this Bonky Kong all the way to still having 94 HP at 5-5. There is the Kale Cell and Switch as well, as you mentioned. Giant Slayer and Morgana, are we really looking for pulls of death here, Tycoon? Is that what we're looking at?
Those pools are going to absolutely melt, but unfortunately, if she gets stunned before she gets that cast off, there's nothing here that's really much of a threat to Eartha, so I think it's going to be fine. That ASOL doesn't have enough damage as well to burst it, so I don't think he ever loses this one.
Questionable pull on both accounts here.
Oh,
and it's going to be...
wow.
Oof.
Okay.
that was a
Okay.
lot.
57 HP Slade Olaf coming through with a clutch.
I
And
didn't
Mina
believe
picking
in
up a frag
the
on the
Bramble
Slumbers.
So the Bramble and the Olaf there is stopping the crits from the Morgana pool, so effectively stopping like half of her damage. So I didn't believe in the Bramble Olaf, but I guess I was wrong.
Slumbers
He's also
hitting
got
two
6 Olaf,
Aatrox.
so he's 3 off Olaf 3. That guy's 2 off Cat 3. I think I saw 6 KO there, was that correct? I think Mina's playing KO, what I saw. I think. A lot of 3-stars coming in, maybe. Well, Angora with his Katarina, or... Very strong. He is, I think he's 1 off Katarina, right? He has 3, 6, 7, 8. 8 Katarina. He's 1 off Cat 3. Stuck at level 7 trying to hit it, I think.
Big pulls coming out from Morgana here, but this Katarina is doing a lot, and that pull is just griefed.
Caught close.
And another pull that's griefed. Really needed to get rid of that Katarina.
Big for Angora. If Angora can hit this Cat 3 over the neutrals, he can definitely top 4 here.
Damn, if he took that RFC earlier, that would have been RFC Rageblade on Kale.
Would have been a really good item pairing, but I'm just not sure if that was going to be the dream here. I'm very scared.
Itchy is 2 off KO 3. This guy's 1 off Nico 3. This guy 2 off KO 3. Everyone's looking for 3-star units right now.
Yeah, no one's really contesting each other as well.
Looks like Mina's holding some KOs as well. 2 KOs holding, trying to grief the KO player.
I think that's where Dawn is really struggling here, right? Is that there's no real power spike play that brings everything up, given the verticalities you mentioned, as Mort Dog would say, of this build, whereas everyone else is waiting to try and hit a 3-star unit. And I think really that Aurelia and the Kindred is about as good as we're going to get here for Dawn, right?
Yeah, I think this is just one of those you go top 6 and go next kind of game, unfortunately.
Now, let's change it up a little bit. Itchy's on a win streak, so let's go over and see what's happening with Itchy. We've got the Executioner Kale. It's got Titans, RFC, and Jeweled Gauntlet. Will be pulled in by an Aatrox here. I mean, Jeweled Gauntlet and Titans are going to give that extra damage that I think, Krams, you talked about last game in attack speed.
So
Titans,
Titan stacks with every crit, and obviously Executioner you're critting, and at 4 Executioner you're critting all the time. So Titans is really only good in 4 Executioner, because it takes too long to stack, in my opinion, at 3, but it's going to stack very, very quickly here.
50% damage bonus, if my math is right still, that plus the tanky stats, that it's not quite a Warmog's Kale, but because it has that damage output as well to pair with it, right?
So he doesn't have Rageblade, but he does have the Zeeks and the Spirit, so that makes up for the lack of attack speed. So he's actually going to do a lot of damage. Looks like Angora has the Cat 3 as well. He's fighting the Katarina now. Oh, Cat might actually blow up this Kale. Oh, he got Zephyred. Okay. Might be close. I actually think the Zephyr hurt him there. I actually think the Zephyr hurt him there a little bit.
Big crits coming out from the Kale, and Angora's actually going to be eliminated here, despite hitting the Cat 3. I think you're right. I think the Zephyr did hurt, or did more harm than it did good, keeping the Kale out of the fight and away from that Katarina.
Yeah, because the Zephyr hit the... Yeah, Zephyr hit the Kale, and then the Katarina walked up, and then Kale's just free hitting after that, so kind of a yikes, but he got 4th there to Angora. He got a top 4 there, so he'll be happy with that, I think.
Yeah, Zephyr in the in Katarina, well, it kind of goes back to like in set 3. You wanted to hit the units next to the carries, so you can get your assassins straight on the carries. You don't want to actually hit the carries with the Zephyr itself when you're playing the assassins, so you can obviously get them killed quicker because you've already got backline access. So yeah, that Zephyr definitely not doing any good there at all. Would have been much better just Zephyr frontline units.
Now we see the Raptor Cloak late put on Jax here, and does manage to get Yasuo, get Zillion. Smart placement coming through. Are we going to see Itchy really pushing the envelope here and trying to go first with this composition? I mean, it looks pretty strong to me.
He's got 2 clear win conditions. He can just straight go for KL3, which at this point is uncontested, or go up level because he's kind of rich enough to, but he's holding a lot of 5-cost units. So he might just opt to roll down, hit the Lee Sin 2, and hit that KL3. He's definitely got a lot of HP to get there. Like he could honestly just eco up to creep rounds, but he wants to make sure he picks up the KL before Slumbers can deny them.
Absolutely. We're going to get the roll for that reason, I think. And we're seeing all of these 4-cost units being bought to maximize the percentage of a Kale being in the shop. How do we feel about this as year 2, though?
Yeah, it's really good.
So we're going to be putting this in?
So we're giving Keeper. I'm not sure. What does he take out, though? I think this is just his board. I wouldn't take out Mystics. He's versing a Nico 3. The biggest thing here for him is the leap pair, as the leap positioning. Because he needs to kick a lot of these, like the monkey off. Fortunately, the Nico 3 only has 1 item. That's his 1 saving grace. I think he has the damage here. I think the KO wins this. We'll see.
Now, big Fates knock up from the Cho'Gath. We're going to see a cast coming through from the Zaya again. Does this Kale have it to bring it through? I think it does. Are we really just looking for this to be the Titans in the top 2 fighting it out and really seeing what PvE brings to us, Tycoon?
Yeah, I think he honestly could have kept his economy till PvE round, because this game was always going to PvE anyway, so I don't think spiking there would have made much difference. Like, if he hits the KL3, obviously it makes a difference, but I think it was almost always better to save his gold and wait till the PvE round. Also, could
now
probably drop
we're seeing some interesting positioning here. Obviously looking to get the soldiers on either end, watching out for that Blitzcrank arm, the rocket-propelled arm, excuse me, for the pull. I mean, really, it just gives a lot of utility, this to Yazir, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, you just saw then the Aatrox pulled in both the Sand Soldiers. It just adds it pretty much just perfectly counters Slumber's comp, so they even serve as targets for Nico's ability. So it was pretty much always Azir too. Could probably drop this Jax as well and get a better unit in. That's probably what he's looking to do next.
And he also sold his Kales. Looks like he wants to go 9 now. He's like, okay, this fight's going to go on a few more rounds. Sold his Kales, and I think he's going to go 9 and put in the Cillian, by the looks of it.
I guess it's more of a safer play to go for that.
Yeah, because he's winning anyway, he might as well just go 9. And Slumbers was holding some Kales anyway, so he's like, you know what, let's just go 9 here. Chuck in another unit.
I probably would have waited till at least the creep round died to see if you got any potential Nikos, as we saw last game. But it's not something that makes a massive difference.
Now, manages to get a nice orb full of gold for Econ on that one as well, pushes it over 50. We're going to see that 9 come through here, and the Aurelia put back in for the Adept. Oh, that could be a 3 Adept. Is that going to be useful here against this Fabled?
I don't think Adept's going to make much difference against Vanguards. They're getting their spells off from the damage they take, not so much from their auto attacks anyway. I guess Monkey, it might make a little bit of a difference, but that Monkey's just going to be stuck on Shen forever anyway.
Now, we see the bait there for those at home that might not have noticed. We see the Kale moved left, then the Jax moved with Raptor Cloak, and the Kale moved back into the center. Graham, so we're we really trying to bait out a shift in Slumber's positioning with that move?
I think so, but Slumbers looks like he's just chilling on his positioning. I'm actually surprised, because he lines up the Lee really well. Oh, that Nico damage. I actually think if Slumbers can get some more items on this Nico, it'd be a lot closer. But unfortunately, he's on 1 life now. He take 15 base damage at stage 7. So if Slumbers loses his next fight, it'll be game over. Or another Lee.
We got
Lee 2 would be huge. Leaves a
we
big
got Lee
win
2.
condition.
We've got Zillion 2 sitting on the, or Zillion a pair sitting on the bench here as well. But not much econ for the roll. Can we hit the Lee Sin? Not at this stage.
He's in no rush yet. He's not losing. Oh, he actually sold Zillion. Okay. He just assumed he swapped to the right. I love that. Just put the shroud on the right side. He just knew.
Blue buff, Zhonya's, and QSS on this Lee Sin might. No, the Lee Sin just griefed and went back into the middle.
We see in the Kale focusing on the Bonky right now, which has done a lot of damage and going to get some crits off here to finish it off. And gentlemen, this is Itchy coming through with our second lobby win.
That's it for game 2.
It certainly is, my friends. Coming through with the Kale winning a lobby. Getting the 4 executioners. Interesting thing you mentioned as well, Kareem, when we were talking about the itemization of that Kale and having the Titans on there to really capitalize on that damage output. Do you think that is something that could be recommended if you're going for executioners? Is slamming that Titans for her for the damage in the tank?
It's not best in slot, but if you have 4 executioner, it's definitely good. It's fine because you start stacking it immediately because you're critting all the time because you start critting at 99% health. So you stack it extremely quickly, and you get that bonus damage a lot quicker than compared to 3 executioner, where it's not as valuable. But if you have no other item, it's fine. But if you see the 4 executioner coming, then I think playing for Titans is perfectly reasonable.
I think so as well. Tycoon, Opal had a rough one in that game, going from 1st in round 1 to 7th in round 2. It's not like my ranked experience going 1st and 8th. Do you think that Opal just had, unfortunately, a worst in-slot game for every role that we saw there?
Yeah, honestly, those I think a large portion of it was the items. She didn't really have much direction with her items themselves. Managed to like get the dual gauntlet and stuff, but by the time she got it was just way too late. Just yeah, like the items themselves just weren't good enough. Like IE on Shyvana does like nothing. Almost all of her damage is coming from the spell, or the Dragon Soul buff, or the Hurricane bolts from the extra AD from Brawler. The crits themselves don't really make much difference. So, just not a good enough team comp. Honestly, just not good enough items. Not really a whole lot more to say about it. It just looked like a 7th place board, really.
Kareem, we didn't see a lot of majors come through in that lobby to any great success. Bonky Kong making it most of the way through to the end, as we saw in the 2nd place there. Do you think majors might have a better time and a better luck in the next round?
I think so. Fish looked like he was playing mage, but I think he went 8th there. I'm not sure what happened to him, but
he did.
No one else was playing mage that lobby, so maybe I don't know if Fish will have the confidence to do it again, but Mages did well in game 1, not so much in that lobby, but I'm expecting to see it again for sure.
Mages can be very hit or miss, I feel like, because it is a re-roll comp, so obviously if you don't hit, you don't win, and you really need to hit it early to get that power spike. You've got to hit the 5 mages, the 7 mages, like early enough to actually dish out enough damage before people have frontline and backline carries, so it can be a bit of a hit or miss comp for sure.
Would you say that majors are heavily reliant on item optimization as well? If you're not hitting those items, you're not getting your jeweled gauntlets, your hex techs, your blue buffs, that you're really going to suffer even if you're hitting those power spikes?
Not a huge thing. Like mage can make a lot of use of a lot of things. Like they can really use Zeke's, Lockets, Cup, Jewel Gauntlet. Like there's a lot of items they can use. And then you've got any extra like defensive items. You just whack it all on Annie and just make this big tank Annie that just sits in the front line with a million shield and can't do anything against it. So I think mages is probably one of the more flexible comps. They don't have a big use for swords if you get like 3 of them. But GA is not terrible.
Well, let's see if we can get a tanky Annie. Like Swifty saw before the broadcast in my games, an Annie with Ionic Spark can be a carry. So maybe that'll come out and these wonderfully talented challenger players are watching my games for inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a quick break here. Shout out to my co-casters, Kareem and Tycoon, for joining me in on this crazy TFT action that we're witnessing tonight. And thank you to our sponsors, Optus, Puma, Logitech G, and Alienware for helping us bring you the best TFT in the region. This is the Oceanic TFT Fates Regional Series presented by Optus, and we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and non-binary friends, welcome back. This is the Oceanic TFT Phase Regional Series presented by Optus. I'm Judge. I'm joined by my lovely, insightful, talented co-casters, Tycoon and Kareems. Gentlemen, we have had 2 rounds, 2 lobbies of Oceanic TFT played out in front of us already this evening. We've seen a couple of great wins, one particularly good, Nico's help ASOL 3-star clutch, and a Kale, which everyone was expecting. Kareems, please give me something out of the box and weird that we're going to have win this next lobby.
Well, Summers brought out the Nico, so I wonder if we'll see some more Nico this game. But I don't know. I'm waiting for someone to pull out the Olaf. I haven't seen a good Olaf yet, but
Yeah. A little bit
everyone's avoiding him,
surprised.
unfortunately.
I'm a bit surprised at the lack of Nidalee as well, but I guess you kind of need to get given the chosen Nidalee Warlord in Italy like early on to actually play it. So I guess just no one
Got to
fit it.
get that early hit and stack that damage with the Warlord's buff. Now, the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, consistency pays off, as Mina coming through with 2/3 is actually at the top of the leaderboard with 140 points. Opal going first and 7th will have 120. And then it's Perfect Slumbers, who, a little more consistent, will come through with the 30 points on the 6th, and then the 80 points on the 2nd for 3rd place. Itchy giving us the 8th to 1st in what is the opposite of all of my ranked experiences. Will round out our top 4. Gentlemen, Kareem's right. We did see something a little different there with the Fabled and the Nico, but it only had a jeweled gauntlet on it. Do you think it could have gone a different way had we seen more items on there?
Yeah, I mean, he had a Nico 3. Just needed, if he had 3 items, I think he could have dealt it KO much better there for sure.
Yeah, like a
And
Shogun or
Tycoon,
something.
as we get into this lobby, what are you holding out hope for? Are we going to see a very tanky Shogun's Lulu that's going to be clutching some of these rounds? What is it that's out of the box that you really hope we see?
Out of the box, I don't know. We've already seen Bonky Kong. Isn't that out of the box enough?
It's out of the box, absolutely. Especially the 6 Vanguard push into late game. Give me something different, something wild.
I would say 6 Fortune, but we did have a 6 Fortune in the first game, and I think they went like 6, so maybe not 6 Fortune. I'm still waiting for a big 3 Fortune payout.
So am I, my friend. And honestly, I haven't seen a Zed this game. I'd love to see a Zed carry. We haven't seen one come through at all. No Zed Spirit. So let's get that Shade Master stacked. Although, not that he's Shade in this set. He's Slayer, of course. And we're on Itchy, who, while the questionable name aside, definitely has some great TFT gameplay. Tycoon, looking at this current setup here, we got 2 Nasus on the bench. We got a Nidalee and Garen in there for the Warlord starter pack. That's 2/3 of it. Are we seeing, doing the usual, seeing what the shop and PvE gives us?
Yeah, I mean, this actually could be a Nidalee, not a Nidalee game. Well, I mean, it could be a Nidalee game. Could be a Katarina game. He's got a lot of good Katarina components there, so, but it's just too early in the game to even see what it could do. Definitely could be Nidalee still. It's got obviously half a jewel gauntlet, half a Shojin. It's a bunch of gold. Okay, it's the monkey.
Okay. Itchy managed to get a lot with his comp last game, and Slumbers had the monkey in contest against him. Do we see the reversal here, Kareem? Are we seeing Itchy show Slumbers just how the monkey's played?
I mean, he can definitely play from here. His items are a bit sus, but he has half a Hodge.
Slam like
a locket here. I'm not sure. Looks like you might want to play passive.
He's thinking about it.
He's not sure. He's actually not sure yet. His items are a bit weird to play bonk right now, but I think he has to see his first carousel before he commits, to be honest.
Yeah. Even with Locket, I don't think he'd have enough DPS to kill the Diana, would he? With Gunblade.
I think together with the Wither and the stun, I think he's okay.
Yeah, the Wither. Yeah, true.
Maybe.
We are seeing a lot of damage come out of that Diana, and the shield is quite large.
Oh, very nice. Perfect win.
Like you said, Cramps, we see the Wither and we see the stun, and Bonky is the one.
Absolutely. I mean, early game Monkey's just so strong.
And why is that, Tycoon? Like, unpack the early game Monkey for our friends at home.
Well, he just casts so much. Like, he's just got Oh, he doesn't even have Vanguard. He's just got Divine in there. But it just does a lot of damage. It's just one of those carries that just has big single target damage, and then usually sitting there 1v1ing whoever he's fighting, but because he has the stun on his spell, just usually ends up winning it.
Monkey, just as annoying in TFT as he is in solo queue. Yep. Coming up against Slumbers here, we've got the Divine with a level 2 Maokai and the Kindred in the back. I mean, this really is just coming down to the strongest board for Slumbers, isn't it?
Yeah, the Kindred also giving the healing cut to stop the Shyvana. Not the Shyvana, the Vladimir healing. Didn't even manage to get a kill there, unfortunately.
Will hit the 2 Susan, and going to get a Brom in there for Vanguard on the Bonky as well. Not a bad board here. Certainly, while he's low on the leaderboard, it's a classic 2-3 that We still have people 2 on 100. Kareem's Opal's sitting up there nice and pretty, and so Slumbers. Are we making any bets early game before we really see how this lobby plays out, or are you going to reserve that judgment for later?
If we could see more items.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to see the carousel here. I think the carousel is really critical. It looks like Opal's playing, what was that, Warlord Sharp, so no full direction yet. She has a Hodge and a Belt.
Got 4 Nidalees without Chosen, which is pretty good.
A big Nidalee Spear coming out there to hit Bonky right in the back, and all it did was give Bonky the mana to cast, so not really working in Opal's favor. Let's go over to Fish. Playing with Tristana in his pocket. Dragon Soul Brawlers. With those items, do we think the Dragon Soul is something we hold on to? We've got a BF, a Tier, and a Rod.
What are we looking at?
Is he playing the reroll? Or is he doing? I have to see his board again. There's no bow. You can play Tristana reroll, but he's only got 3. Looks like
no bow here as well. As
there's no you need Rage Blade by 3-1, otherwise you just start pivoting out. But Dragon Soul reroll Tristana is one of my favorite comps at the moment. If you can get online.
What's that? Crames, what's that? What's the satisfying thing about Tristana with reroll?
It's kind of like a little mini game. You try and get as many auto attacks in that little window of her ult as possible to try and get as many Dragon Soul procs as you can. So you stack her with Zeke's, Rage Blade, Spirit. I don't know, it's like a little mini game trying to get her as capped as possible.
Graham's too good at the game that you have to add extra levels of complexity to TFT to succeed at. There's more dog need to make this game harder.
It's just funny watching her proc the Dragon Soul like every 0.1 second. It's just great to watch. It looks like she's gonna play more tempo here. He's already leveled to 5. Looking more like towards more like an Olaf game maybe. Also it's a Shyvana. No reroll Tristana. No reroll Tristana. Maybe next time.
Tycoon positioning here for Shyvana at the back there, who's rolled damage as well as getting the Dragon Soul buff. Just able to wail away, really, thanks to that cast and the fly.
Pretty much. The Monkey's not going to get the stun off here, I don't think. Yeah, early game Shyvana, like with a Hodge, just is a lot of damage. Dragon Soul pretty much carries it as well, because they're too much attack speed. Not really much to do with these shops, though.
No, nothing really hitting here.
Yeah, could drop the brand for like a Lulu or something. The brand's not really doing anything, but it depends if he wants to sell it or not. The brand, with the positioning on it, brand's actually going to get the Dragon Soul buff first if the Shyvana dies early, but he doesn't have Sharpshooter anyway, so it doesn't make a huge difference. He's just trying to play whatever his strongest board is.
And there's not really much available on
really
the board
not.
there either, in the shop, is there? Like, it's not like we're switching out a Nidalee for that brand at the moment to try and get Sharpshooter. It's really just trying to play whatever's available.
I think the Shyvana is just enough to straight carry anyway, so it shouldn't matter too much.
The 2/6 Shyvana with Hodge and a BF sword for extra AD. Grabbing that Elise there as well to maximize opportunity for 1-cost units in the shop. Might as well spend that 1 gold out of 21. Kareems, as we come into the Krugs, are we thinking that this loadout now with the Nidalee here for Sharpshooter is something that we could hold on to?
Yeah, I think he's got a lot more DPS now. He's just looking to get to level 8, I think, with this board. It's looking like a Olaf transition. He was thinking about slamming Gunblade there. He might want to play towards more mage style, but I think he definitely wants to play 6 Dragon Soul. He might sell the Tristana. Depends if he values 6 Dragon Soul here or not. Interested to see if he slams his Gunblade. He'll definitely slam an item here. This will give me direction on what he wants to do. That's a Gauntlet. Okay, he has Gunblade and Gauntlet, so yeah, he's just gonna slam Asol here. He's gonna play towards Asol now.
And we've got that Maokai for the Brawler at the front line. We've got the Tahm Kench, so we're seeing a stack on the Brawlers here to really support the front line of an Asol build. Tycoon, do we think we grab the extra brand here? Or are we content with just brand 2?
No, I don't think that we're playing brand 3 from here. Could go for the Sivir though. It does cost him eco if he puts it in, but it's just like a million times better than Nidalee. Essentially, if that Sivir can buff the Shyvana, because it only needs to apply the buff itself always lasts for 5 seconds. So even if she dies, they retain the buff. So that would be a lot more than a single Nidalee spear would ever be.
I tend to agree, my friend. We're seeing a Nidalee spear comes out and does some damage, but the CC on that Shyvana really hurting. Hopefully she can tank up a little bit. Probably not going to be enough, though.
No, the Deathblade here is going to be too much.
Some good damage out from the brand to round out 3-1. 40 gold for Fish. It's a nice economic position to be in. Kareem, do you think that economy is going to play a factor in the rest of round 3 here before we get to Wolves?
Yep, so he's pretty much, I think, the best econ. Oh, he's going to roll a bit. Okay, interesting. Rolling a 3-2. I'm not sure what he's looking for here.
He's looking for a 4th roller.
He skipped over the Veigar, which is interesting to me. If he was going to go ASOL, I would have thought he'd pick up the Mage there and look to be stacking those sooner rather than later. Am I missing something here in what he's playing?
Might just be too expensive to hold this early.
Yeah, only be level 1, no Elderwood in. He can't play it right away. The Shyvana and the Braum, the Shyvana and the Kensha both pairs.
And Vigar's like never contested as well. So it's not
Braum opens up 6 Dragon Souls, so I don't think he just can't hold it. It's just too expensive for the potential of actually playing it. Oh, close.
Oh, clutch. Big clutch out of the Shyvana. I think the Hex Tech healing actually doing a little bit there, as well as the Hodge to hold on to that round. As we get a bit of a scout. As we come into this next round 3-3. 29 gold in pocket for Fish. I think we're looking at a pretty stable board. Would you say, gentlemen?
Yeah, he's definitely in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, good. He's got like 4 upgrades. Looks good. Should be stable to go 8 with this board.
Well, let's change it up. Let's have a look over at Dawnglade if we have a moment. He's also doing some scouting. And looking at a very similar board here, of course, that is the Tristana that we came up against just before. Does have the Elderwood Chosen Maokai, which I can only assume got early. Holding on to 50 gold here. Does have a Lulu available in the shop.
Yeah, he's also got the Elderwood spat sitting on bench. I think this is probably an Elderwood game from here. I don't know if he's...
Yeah, you can play Zaya with those items and just slam Elder Soul and just go 9 Elder from here. Looks pretty solid.
Now, I realize I fed it in because I said Elder was made with Giant's Belt earlier, and I think I just haven't had enough coffee because it's made with Negatron Cloak. So, definitely does have Elderwood spat sitting on his bench. 9 Elderwood, how do you guys rate it as a comp? I mean, obviously reliant on having the Chosen and having a spat. Is it worth it if you can hit?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you've got Ornn in the late game. He basically just feeds you into the free items to get you out your late game win condition. But yeah, you've got 2 potential carries in the comp. You've got a good front line. Like there's like 9 Elderwood's pretty much one of the strongest late game boards you can get. You've just got to watch out for things like Last Whisper. Basically, that's really your only big counter. Yasuo is not Yasuo. Yone as well, but not to as much of an extent. A lot harder to get to.
Considering the Ornn items as being part of that 9 Elderwood win condition and being able to do much more with it, give us your thoughts on your favorite Ornn item.
Oh, I like the hook. It's not that impactful. It just gives me some nostalgia from set 3 with the Blitzcrank. But I think one of my favorites is it the Everfrost? Is that what it's called?
Endless Winter.
Mm-hmm.
That one, yeah, that one's really nice.
Endless
high impact, has CC, makes your tanks tankier. They nerfed it into the ground on PvE. It was really strong on PvE, but it's still really good right now. One of my favorites.
It's by far the strongest one in my opinion. Just being able to stick it on a carry that's a tank at the front line and just immediately slowing everyone's attack speed by 50%. It's pretty strong, especially on things like Hail without QSS and stuff like that.
Absolutely. As we look at this fight, gentlemen, I don't think we're going to see a win here. That Bonky is a little too strong for my liking. Although
It's going to turn
Shyvana...
around and get stuck in Shyvana for a bit, so I think we might actually...
Oh,
Yeah.
we do. Shyvana coming through with 3.3k damage, and Triss not far behind on 3.1. It's a good shot. Dawn now looking to be very strong, I think, with good econ, level 6, 3-6. Does have good items here as well, so we got the Hodge, GA, and Deathblade on Tristana, so a lot of opportunity there for good damage output. Grams, if you're looking for an upgrade here for Dawn, what would you be looking for?
The thing is, there's nothing really in his comp that he wants to keep late game. I have a feeling he's gonna roll a bit at level 7 here. I think he needs to change some of his board. He probably wants to look for 6 Elderwood at 4-1. I think he's gonna get rid of Trist and Brand potentially.
Yeah,
but I don't think he ever keeps Jarvan. Shyvana's just there for frontline for now, so I'm expecting a bit of a half transition here throughout stage 4, because I don't think this will sustain him to level 8. So
Khan's got a good cast off here, and so is that Lulu. It's going to be enough, I think, to help get some damage through here and clutch this one out. Rakan seems like quite the strong unit, not just for the CC, for the shield, for the taunt, for the whole package, and that's a Zarya at 5%.
that is okay. Well,
Yeah.
he's probably gonna roll here.
How do we feel about a position here?
Very strong.
This is really strong.
He's probably gonna roll here until he hits 6 Elder, and then I think he's stable. He also has the Nico. He also has the Elder Spat. If he wants to slam that now, he's in a really good spot now. Really good spot.
9 Elder is one of my favorite comps to run personally. I just find that I'm always baited trying to get the Elderwood Spat, as we see Dawn hits another Spatula, so could Fawn, but is going to want to hit that
does he
Elderwood
fawn?
for the
Is he gonna
9.
fawn here? I think he
You
always
reckon he
fawns.
fawns?
Okay, he fawns.
Wow. Okay.
I guess it's the safe play.
Yeah, I mean, less reliant on hitting every Elderwood and upgrades.
Yeah,
With the
it's more
fawn,
reliable.
we're going to be getting the Elderwood with Executioners here? How are you feeling?
He's thinking about selling this unit. It's just not. Yeah, there's the Executioner.
Surely it's a stack Zarya with GA Hodge, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be Zarya with 6 Elder.
Yeah, he's got to play around Zarya now because he can't get Elder Soul anymore unless he gets another spat. But Zarya's definitely going to be the carry in this comp now. Or is Tycoon with safe at his fly?
This fly.
Can she dodge the spear here? Nope. Bad luck.
Nope.
The bow on the Nidalee might be a little bit of a grief. I guess she might be looking for like RFC or Rageblade or something.
Giant Slayer is normally the best.
Giant Slayer, alright, yeah.
Giant Slayer's quite good with the Sharpshooter, particularly in a tanky meta.
Yep.
Especially when you're looking at Brawlers being so prevalent, Elderwood being tanky as well. Giant Slayer just gives you that flat percentage damage bonus for anyone that's too tanky to deal with normally, and I think it's just such a good choice. Yeah,
I never really valued it until I think I saw Raza on the first day maybe play it. I'm like, that actually makes a lot of sense. And I tried it today and yesterday. It actually felt really nice.
I think Giant Slayer is just so frequently slept on because people feel that, and I don't tend to disagree with them, but you could often get better, especially early game, items for your composition with a bow and a sword. So it's not something that you necessarily want to slam early, but if you've got 2 items, it's certainly a very strong third item for someone like a Nidalee.
Yeah, it scales into the late game a lot better as well. Like early game, there's not very many champions that are going to be over that HP threshold to get the extra 80% damage on it. So it's in the early game, it doesn't really do anything at all. Oh, hits the Zarya with
Zarya.
I think he might slam this Nico if he's feeling a bit threatened with his HP. He's going to scout first.
I mean, really, he's on the perfect HP, so he wants to win streak the rest of the game, right?
I think the slamming Fawn looks good here. There's so many A-Souls right now, so I don't think he would actually hit the A-Soul 2 ever if he played towards that. So I think he made the right call, the Force of Nature.
Contemplating the Nikos.
Just thinking about it, does he slam it now? I don't think you're gonna get any much more value out of it, so I think that's
He
fine.
slams now.
He might
Look,
be
I
stable
think
enough to go 8 now, so
the bait with Elderwood, and gentlemen, with your experience, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the bait with Elderwood and having a Nikos is looking for that Ornn and trying to get an Ornn 2 with a Nikos and get those items stacked quicker. Really, the value is going to be coming from this Zaya, from the mid game, and from stacking a win streak and keeping that health, right?
yeah, and because he doesn't have Elder Spat anymore, so he can no longer go 9 Elder, so I don't think he's going to value the Ornn, or trying to get to Ornn as highly here as what he would have.
Yeah, like Ornn's still obviously good to put in. That's why he's probably keeping the Shyvana or not Shyvana. The name, it's gone from me. I can't remember it. The big AoE tank, the one on the left, Sejuani, starts with an S. They're all the same.
Yes.
Yes, as the Sejuani. So Sejuani or
rides a
Aatrox,
boar. Boars are basically dragons.
Yeah,
it's the same champ.
They'll start with S. Yeah, essentially, it's really good. It helps with the Zaya, especially. I prefer the Aatrox because it pulls them in the Zaya to get more AoE damage, but obviously Sejuani's just as good as well. Sejuani's really good. Hits the pair of it as well, so definitely gonna hold him.
Now, of course, items on the bench here for Dawn before we change things up. Really just want to slam gargoyles, right?
No, he's going to go ahead and make the Shroud. Just a utility item. Like, he's got 3 really good offensive items at the moment. So he's pretty much got his DPS covered. You got to keep in mind he does have a font, so he is down 2 items, but obviously up a minute. So utility items are going to go a long way here when he's already got perfect items on the Zaya. Lulu?
Now, that's a smart cast, and Kareem, you might be able to explain a little bit for the viewers at home why placing that item so late here was really important.
So he dropped it. So first he saw what the highest value there was, and obviously delaying the KO here is really huge, particularly with the duelist spat. Just delays the waves coming in and forces her to walk up a lot more. So
a big clutch there from the Zaya as well. Feathers fly, as Tycoon says, and so does Zaya. And the Hodge on rolling the healing has actually gone out and healed to full health and then brought them back in, saving a GA pop. So, the GA pop, of course, could have resulted in a win anyway, but I think it's just super strong and a nice clutch. It's why Hodge is just such an impactful item, right?
Yeah, I think this Shroud's really nice too, because I think there's 3 A-Souls running around. There's also a Nidalee level 3, so I think the Shroud tech's actually really nice. I don't think I would have slammed Shroud this early, but this is really smart by Dawnglade here for this lobby.
I think he's still got to put it left as well. He's going to move his whole team left.
Contemplating it while Dawnglade sorts out repositioning the whole team. Let's go and change it up a little bit. Let's look at Fish, who's taking on Angora. Fish sitting here with 6 Dragon Soul now, so a little bit of a different position to last. Shyvana, interestingly, with RFC and Hodge. I like RFC Shyvana. Tycoon, your thoughts?
I'm the opposite. I hate RFC Shyvana. So Shyvana you really need in the front line. So the reason you go like your Hodges and stuff is so she heals up, and with Hurricane heals up twice as much. So basically she has a really high mana pool. So it actually takes her a while to get the cast off. So if you put her in the front line, not only is she immediately getting the Dragon Soul buff, she's going to jump backwards anyway, so she'll be safe after she jumps. But she's just going to get that spell off a lot faster, be able to get into a dragon form, get out more DPS. Like the RFC, like the range on it's just not really needed, because there's almost no downside to putting a front line unless you're going directly into like a Sejuani or something like that, just getting stunned, or a Fiora and getting stunned right off the bat before you can cast.
Look, I think that's a fair analysis. Krems, would you tend to agree with that, or you are the RFC Shyvana bandwagon with me?
If it's Brawler, she's your solo carry, you don't want to backline her, because she needs a Dragon Soul buff if you have Dragon Soul in. But in this case, he has 6 Dragon Souls, so he's going to get 3 blessings, so it'll be what it's going to be. So Tristan's going to die pretty quickly, so that'll get transferred immediately to Shyvana. So I think in this case, it actually makes sense.
Yeah, with 6, it's probably not as bad.
Because he gets 3 blessings at the front line. Tristana dies, that gets transferred to Shyvana. Brand dies, that gets transferred to A-Soul. He actually hit
Is
it
he
And
gonna
just
swap
hit, I
it?
suppose. Let's just hit 2A Soul 2 Shyvana. With not to mention the 5% Swain. This is big things for the Dragon Soul comp. Able to get the Swain in with the Morgana. And looking at Siphoner here. This is looking like an endgame build, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't put the Olaf in over the Shyvana. Because RFC Hodge is going to do a lot more on Olaf than put on Shyvana, but obviously still good on her.
So we're looking good. A lot of even damage across the board here for Fish. But let's go back and have a look at Dawn, because apparently things have changed there, my friends. Let's see how this is going. Going to be getting the Feathers Fly, but baited on the cast. Can we get damage for another cast quickly? We can. Will it go out and clutch it?
Oh.
It will not. Not pulled in
Nice.
quick enough against the Nidalee. But gentlemen, having a look at the board here, how do we feel about the positioning? We've managed to get the Keeper in with Azir. And we've got the Chosen Nunu for Elderwood.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
the
what was his
full-
chosen originally? That's a new chosen, right?
Maokai was
That was
originally.
Maokai.
Maokai
Yeah,
Elderwood.
cool. So you still can't go 9 otherwise, so he's just trying to find the best in-slot unit.
Ooh.
Oh, there's an Ornn that we're talking about. Ooh, very nice.
Yeah. And
So because he can't go 9 otherwood, he's just trying to find the best utility units here. So he's got, looks like, is that Mystic? Let me look at this board again. That's a Yuumi with
Great
the...
Shroud.
I was thinking about playing Zillion with the Yuumi here. The Yuumi doesn't do a lot here. Yuumi can actually leave. He's got 2 Executioner. Maybe Kindred over Kale would give you Spirit as well if he values that. That Ace
Good
looking very
start
scary
from the
from Fish, though.
brand onto
Oh, okay.
Zaya.
GA still, I think he's got it. Feathers Fly. Very nice.
This is a really good board now for Dawn. You've got the 6 Elderwood, 4 Keeper for really good shielding, and given the position of the Keepers as well, that's stacking heavily onto beautiful Zaya. So getting that early shield off there. With the Ornn, that's going to be stacking up the Blacksmith, looking to build those items. Obviously, we've already got 3 on Zaya, so we're looking to put those on our other carries, depending on what we get. We get tank items, we stack Nunu. We get carry items, we put them on Kale, right? And this is looking like a really strong board.
Yeah, it is definitely a pretty decent board. Probably needs to try and get 9 at some point with this board to actually get stronger. Because there's not really a whole lot more he can change here. Could I guess look at swapping out the Yuumi for a Kindred to try and get that extra Executioner buff in there, because Kindred's not really anything. Sorry, Yumi's not. He doesn't even have Mystic. So
Holy damn. Okay,
Feathers
this is
Fly!
just...
Feathers
yeah, I'm
Fly!
just
Oh my
watching this
god.
going. Oh my god, is he gonna win this?
Too many feathers. Oh my
Oh,
god.
it was close.
It was just a
close.
cycle of Feathers flying, ASOL and the opposing Zaya healing, and no one really getting anywhere until the overtime forces that extra damage output from the ASOL. So, look, I don't think I've ever heard Feathers Fly cried so many times in a game.
Interesting what he's gonna go for. It is the TG. No, it's the Hurricane.
Okay, explain this Hurricane pick to me, Tycoon. What do you think Dawn's considering here?
I've got no idea. Who can he Hurricane in this comp? I can't think of anyone to Hurricane. Like, it's not going to go on Kale. Not going to go on, like, Rakan, Ornn. No point putting it on... I mean, I guess he could put it on, like, Hulu, but it's not much.
Azir for the mana generation, perhaps?
Yeah, but it's not, like... It doesn't make a difference. Like, it doesn't do anything.
No.
Yeah. I don't know, honestly. I guess I'm just waiting to see.
Okay. I think he's gonna risk. I think he's not happy with his board, and he's gonna try and pivot Olaf here. That's my prediction.
Okay.
Because
Well,
why
the
else would you
Slayer.
take that? I think he's not happy with his board. He's gonna try. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm convinced he's gonna try and get Olaf after neutrals here. He's gonna try and risk it for top 4. I think he believes he can't top 4 with this board, and he wants to try and risk it for a better board.
Yeah.
From here.
That makes sense. Like that, if he does put that Hurricane Deathblade GA on Olaf, like it's this, so definitely going to be pretty strong. Can we kill some more units here?
No. And I think that's the key with his current board too, is the Zaya in the last couple of fights has shown that it can be a massive bait if the targeting's off. And that's now 3 fights. The first, obviously being the win at 5-2, it was okay and recovered, but it's been the last couple of fights that Zaya's really been baiting out with those feathers flying and hasn't been targeting where it needed to target for the win to come through. So I think Olaf's probably just a more secure, more consistent pick, especially when you're looking at slamming that Runins, put on the Death Blade, put on a Hodge, or even potentially the GA. I think Hodge would be my choice. I just think it's going to be far more consistent, right?
Yeah, I'm just worried about the rest of his team. A lot of the Dragon Souls are taken. Like Fish has a lot, there's a lot of A Souls here. Swain, so he only needs 3 though. He needs like 3 Slayer, Olaf, 3 Dragon Soul. So it'll be interesting to see how I really want to watch this transition here. This will be high quality, I think. If he can pull it off.
Kill everything here? No.
Not too strong. Alright, so he's on 1 or 2 lives here. If he loses by 3 units, he's dead, but I have faith in these oh, this Swain, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes the transition. This will be interesting to watch. KL.
So he manages to get the Ornn item, which will be Zonya's.
Oh, that's really good.
And that's an Executioner Zaya, so we could look at him as keeping it
this
here.
is making him dizzy, I reckon. Okay, he's going to commit. I don't think he wanted that, and now he's going to get dizzy, I think.
Yeah. He could Shojin Hurricane on the Shojin Hurricane Zonya on the Azir would be quite good, or even potentially put in the Zillion as well.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah. Still
capitalize on the on hits for Shojin to really stack mana.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of good that he hit the Shojin, so he's at least got a use for it now. It's the 2-star. Oh no, did he not buy the Swain earlier?
No, he didn't. And I think that's where Kareem's comment about him getting dizzy is really prevalent here, that struggling to decide what to buy.
I think he's literally all-inning for the Zaya 3 here, and he's just not hitting.
Yep.
I did sell one of his Zayas earlier as well.
He skipped an Olaf. I think he wanted to Olaf, and then he found the Chosen, and now he's kind of like, he's not sure. He has 2 mage in, like, he's got a lot of dead... Okay, I think he's just a bit dizzy here. Unfortunately, he's fighting an Elder Aesol with a Dragon Claw, so I think he's gonna die here.
His eye is not bad. Especially with the Zonyas.
Oh, that executioner damage though. Oh. Wow, look at the question marks going down. Slater's like, where did my team go? And I am asking myself the same question.
Oh, Rakan's got a good cast there to get away and live past this Zaya. But gonna pull it in, and that's
top
Slade.
4, nice. Wow, he got the top 4, and now he just wants to go next, I think. Just get me out. Go next. What's what my...
Itchy's got a win streak here, so let's have a check in and see what they're rolling while we hope for the Zaya 3 for Dawn's sake. We're going to be seeing the level 9, it's rolling. We've got the 3 Executioner, it's a big strong Kale with Duelist. I tend to enjoy the Duelist buff, and given the Executioner, or always critting, is it nice then, or almost always critting at 3 Executioner? Do we think it's nice then with dual Gauntlet?
Oh, he hit the Zaya 3! Oh, Dawn hit the Zaya 3!
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness. He actually hit it. Wow. Okay, dude. I died. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he must have combined it on the bench. He must have combined it on the board because his items were tragic. He didn't get the right items on it.
That's such a shame. Didn't get to pull the second Zaya off and was left with tragic items. Indeed. We're now top 3 and Itchy looking strong with the Kale comp yet again. There is the 4th Executioner. Could look to swap that in for pretty much anyone on the board, really. I mean, I'm looking at that front line. Maybe Aatrox. Aatrox is really strong. Does give Vanguard with the Sedge because you've got Sedge Trox out there. But I'm just feeling that Executioner 4 is going to really give a lot of damage out here amongst this Kale, the Kindred, and everything else that's stacked there.
Yeah, he's going to get away from the Nidalee Spear here. But I actually think Nidalee beats him. I'm not sure. This is the Nidalee.
He does have 4 Divine, so he might be able to tank at 1 Spear.
Yeah, he might. This will be interesting. No GA, so that spear kills the Kale. Okay, nice. Yeah, Nidalee's tied up here. Very nice. Oh. That's actually quite good in the end. Opal,
Divine spec.
trouble.
Duelist spec gives him 4 Duelist.
I think that's what she's going to be going for here. Get the 4 duelist and really stack that attack speed on Kale. Interesting positioning, and I think it might be worth, Grames, you touching on this. Given that there's no RFC, we're seeing Itchy bring Kale back at the start of every planning, and then just before the round enters, putting Kale forward on one of the sides. Obviously, this is to compensate for not having the range, right? And not wanting to get singled out.
Correct. So with no RSC, her range is quite low. She can't hit the back row units without walking up. So second row is really nice. It means she can hit the back row units without having to walk up. Because with the duelist spat, you don't want her to waste time walking at all. So moves it to second row, protected front with the Sejuani. And this just allows her to hit the Nidalee potentially. Although I think it's just had a range there. Should be able to hit the Samira at least.
And with the Aatrox here pulling everything in, it just lets Kale tee off against everyone. Lee going to get rid of that Zillion before it saves any more. And despite losing Kale early on, we're going to have all this damage coming out from basically everyone else. And that'll secure the win against Opal. It's top 2.
Yep, Opal in third. Pretty good for her. And then Fish could be the last. What's Fish? Fish is playing the... Oh, Fish just hit 9 Dragon Soul. Oh my goodness.
What?
I think we're going to see... This will be interesting. We got 2 of the best late game comps here, besides maybe Elder Soul. I think this will be close. The only issue is Fish hasn't got a lot of pairs. That's the only downside. This will be explosive, this fight.
Yeah, Itchy's board.
I think the other thing here that I'm really liking the look of is just what is part of Fish's 9 Dragon Soul. You've got Shyvana, not just with the RFC Hodge, but also Triforce for those stats. You've got Annie with Randuin's. Plus, you've got, a really great items, not necessarily best, but great items ASOL. I just think the positioning's off.
Well played. That wasn't bad. Just not enough upgrades on the Dragon Souls for Fish there, but good for Fish. Second place for him. Yeah, they played well there. Very nice. Kale, very strong. 4 Executioner, Duelist. Good positioning, good front line.
Kale's certainly the meta for our night tonight. We're seeing a lot of these comps coming through. Top 4 at least having Kales, mostly stacking Executioners. I like the positioning there, and I like the Duelist spat to get 4 Duelist, as Tycoon mentioned. Picking up that extra Duelist spat in the last carousel to make it 4th just seemed like the right move to make. Tycoon, are we going to be seeing Kale played out for the rest of tonight? It just feels like we're going back to Blender Kale from last time she was in a set.
Yeah, look, Kale's just a strong unit, strong comp. It's just always going to be contested, like pretty much with all your 4-cost carries, minus 2 Trinimir. But yeah, Kale's pretty much like she's just one of those backline carries, ranged, good damage, very consistent. Only needs to cast once. Pretty flexible on items. There's really only like 4 or 5 you can use on her. But she's just always going to be good. I don't think Kale's ever not going to be in the meta, so we're definitely going to be seeing Kale all night. Same with ASOL. Same with Nidalee's and Katarinas. Like it's just the meta at the moment. It's just always going to happen.
Grames, we're seeing another win come through for Itchy here. Do we think it's something in the water that they're drinking, or is it just playing around the Divine units? We've seen Kale and we've seen Bonky come through. He's
come out. Like Itchy went 8th in the first game, then he's just gone 1-1. So he's really, I don't know what he did it between game 1 and 2, but I need to know for my next tournament for sure. I need to know his secret.
Well, I'm sure at one stage we might be able to ask Itchy what the secret is to TFT success. Of course, this, ladies and gentlemen, is the Oceanic TFT Fates Regional Series presented by Optus. And I do have to thank our other partners, of course, Puma, Logitech G, and Alienware for coming along on what is an eventful ride so far. It's been a great night of TFT. And as we get the scoreboard ready for the next round, we've got 2 more left. How are we feeling, gentlemen? Do we think that mages are going to have a resurgence? Because I really want them to. I bring it up every time after this.
You really want to see the big
mages.
Look,
I want to see Chonk Annie. That's what I'm here for.
You need to be given mages. You don't get to choose if you play mages. You have to get given mages to play it. It's like Nidalee. Like you kind of need to be given it to play it. It's not something that you can just automatically decide. Oh, I've got these items. I'm going to play it like Kale. You have to get it in the early game. You have to hit the upgraded units to even survive. Otherwise, you see what Fish did in game 2. You just go out eighth place because you just got no front line if you don't hit Annie 2 and upgraded units early enough and then push levels. So it's there, but it's not easy to play every game.
Mages drawing from the Harry Potter universe. It's the comp that chooses the player, Mr. Potter. And I don't think we're going to be having that anytime soon when Kayle is just coming through for everyone with that versatility of items. Karames, I'm really holding out here as well, not just for mages, but for Samira. We've seen a lot of players hit it and shop and have some decent items for it, but gloss over it. Do you think there's a reason for that?
It's really hard to go and say I'm going to play Samira. It's really hard to consistently hit Samira too. There's just so many better options, like more consistent options out there. And you also have to play 3 Slayer with it, 2 Sharps. You have to play around the Samira. It's really hard to just say I'm going to play Samira at level 8. But a lot of people are hitting their comp, like finding direction early in this meta. So you find direction like stage 2, 3. You kind of know what you're playing. You can't really say I'm going to play Samira that early. So it's really hard to call out a legendary in this current meta. So.
And I think that comes back to what we were saying as well. It's not just the mage comp that chooses you, but it's also Nidalee. And if we're not getting that sharpshooter comp, then we don't have a comp that's really suitable for Samira to be coming through.
I think Opal pulled out Samira there. Opal was playing nearly rerolled there. I think she had a pretty strong Samira. I'm not sure if it was paired or not, but obviously itemizing Nidalee in that point. So yeah, it's got a good items.
Well, let's hope that everyone gets good items and we can have a really tightly contested lobby in the next one. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Oceanic TFT Fates Regional Series presented by Optus. I'm Judge, joined by Tycoon and Karames, and we will be right back with our 4th lobby. Stick around. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic TFT Fates Regional Series presented by Optus. I'm Judge. I'm joined by Tycoon and Kirams. Wow. Words are not my words are not my strong
I
suit
thought I was
coming
the
back.
bad one at names.
Yes, Kareem. Sorry. The sweet potato hits different at 9 o'clock at night. Kareem, seeing as I butchered your name for the first time this broadcast coming back in, why don't you tell me how you feel about last game? We saw Kale coming out strong once again in yet another round of TFT. Is that ever going to change?
Well, Ichi went 8th, and then he hit Executioner Kale twice in a row and won both games. So I think he's just gonna go straight for the Kale again. Seems to be working for him. Just hit. Apparently. He's hit
Just
it
hit.
twice
It's
in a
really
row.
easy to climb. Just hit.
Yeah, exactly. Just hit. That's all he needs to do. But good comeback by Ichi. He's currently leading the leaderboard now after getting an 8th in the first game. He's now leading. So just hit. Opal's second. She did okay there with the Italy as well.
And Fish coming in third with what looks to be the second, then pushing the 7th and the 8th, and then a second again. So getting up there with some consistency. Second place helping out. Mina, I did talk about being the most consistent prior to game number 3, having the 270 points, the 2/3 coming in for 1 and 2. I actually had Mina on top, but we're seeing Itchy with the 2 first. It's a little hard to get past that. Tycoon, are we going to be seeing much better coming out from the bottom 4? And Gore is having a bit of a rough night.
Yeah, I mean, they're still definitely not out of it. You got to keep in mind, as well as just obviously the first 4 being invited, there is qualification points on the line here. Now, a lot of these players did also play in the first closed qualifier. So I know a lot of them getting going 8th here compared to going like 6th and 5th could be the difference between actually earning an invite through those qualification points. So even if he's far behind now, he's still really looking to push higher because it still can make the difference between getting into regionals or not.
Absolutely. Slade getting some consistency coming through here with a spout of what I think was fourths. Not fourths, sorry, fifths
It's yeah,
with 40 points. So 3/5, 120 points. Does put Slade towards the bottom. Crames, are we going to be seeing Slade push the top there? I know there's a few fans in the chat that are really looking forward to seeing Slade perform.
I hope he does well. He's gotten fifth in every game so far, so I'm hoping he can break the fifth curse and start pushing those top fours in the last few games.
I think it's certainly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head in to our next game. This is, of course, game number 4. If you missed the scorecard and you're only just joining us, we've had 3 rounds so far out of the 5 to be played tonight. From this, we will have the top 4 players heading on to the regional qualifier. And the bottom 4 will be fighting it out with their points to try and get an invite, as Tycoon said. With all of that in mind, gentlemen, are you ready to head into game number 4, our penultimate match for tonight?
absolutely. There's still 2 games left after this, so even the guys in last place, they still could come back. So yeah, I wouldn't write them off just yet anyway.
No, with 100 points available in terms of placement for tonight, if you get a first, Itchy could bomb out, which would be unfortunate, and get 2 8s and be left on only 230 points. Or we could see Angora come through and get a couple of firsts and really jump into that top 4. Kareem's, thinking opal Opal, we saw a really good first game with that Aurelion Sol 3-star, thanks to the Nico's help pick up at the PvE. Then we saw the 7th place come through in game 2, and now some balancing with a 3rd. Is it time for Opal to shine and really show us what brawlers and mages can do together?
Yeah, I think she'll end strongly here. She's in 2nd place right now. She had 1 bad game in game 2, but I think she's consistent enough to close out the tournament as a rank 1 should. So I think she's going to win still.
I think so, and as we head into this game, they're now ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump in. Big shout out to our sponsors, Optus, Puma, Logitech G, and Alienware, of course, for helping us put on what is some fantastic Oceanic TFT. As we get in, just after the carousel, we're here with Fish, who's managed to pick up a TF. It's a mage in Fish's ballpark with a rod. Tycoon, it's TF with a rod.
Well,
we get to see a 3 TF.
TF stacking's not great, but I mean, it is important to note that he started Rod every single game. So definitely his preferred item by the looks of it. So I guess he's comfortable playing with a Rod start.
Gonna get that easy cast off to nuke one of the minions. And we get a belt. So Morello's not exactly a strong starting item, in my opinion. Or
Really
Graham, am I getting that very wrong?
Yeah, you can't really slam Morello here. There's only one good Morello user in the whole game, in my opinion. But Belt's not bad, opens up Sunfire early, maybe Zeke's, if he's having trouble, but yeah, have to see his 3rd item here. Definitely not a Morello slam. I've actually been starting Belt a lot myself, but I've kind of gone off it now, but it's
I'm
not
not a huge fan of Belt start, because if you get a 2nd Belt, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah. I was playing a lot when I was one-tricking KO, because it's like, well, I can either win streak early for Sunfire or just use it for Zeke's for KO, but now that KO's a bit more contested, it's a bit iffy to start Belt. Ooh.
Now, Divine Nasus available in the shop. We've got 2 rods and a belt on the bench. Gonna hit that Divine Nasus.
There was also another player that did hit a Siphoner Nasus as well. He did scout that. Just saw it again there. I don't...
Now we got a pair of Garens for the 2 Garens, so really just looking strong here with 2 cost units at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get some money here and get a monkey next door, he'd be quite strong. Wow, that's a lot of gold.
Wow. The 5 gold hit, pick up the Nasus, pick up Garen, and we'll get a brand for good measure.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent strong board. Doesn't really have any great slammable items, unfortunately. The Siphoner Nasus with the Sunfire Cape, that is a streaking board for sure. He's
looking to get some early wins over there, is Itchy, with the Siphoner Nasus.
A TG
slam.
Wow.
On Brand. Kareem's Thief's Glove on Brand. How do you feel about that one? It seems a little far left field to me.
TG Slam is, I don't know, I think he's playing for YouTube here, I'm not sure. Seems like a meme. I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah,
There's so many
GG
good
is
glove
not
items.
it.
I don't think GG is correct, but I mean, I've never done it before because oof. I mean, he might make me eat my words here, but
You know, they say just hit, but really taking that to a new level with just hit your items as well as your shop.
Yeah.
The Nasus going to be doing some great damage here. The Wither getting through plenty of damage for him. Needs to hit it again. Will. I was just seeing that damage stacked up. Almost 700 damage just from withering the Shyvana and really preventing her from doing anything in that round.
Yeah, and Slumber's leveling up and losing's pretty bad as well.
Gentlemen, we've got 2 Kench here, and we've got another Nasus. Do we look to build the Kench out as an option, just in case Nasus and the Divines and the Vanguards don't work?
I don't think he would ever manage to get the Kench in. Like, he's already... You've already got one frontline, which is your Vanguards and your Divines here, so there's no point moving over to Brawlers here, if that makes sense. Like, there's nothing... You're just swapping one frontline for another, and at this point, it's a weaker frontline. So, no, there's no reason. Oh, the TG rolling the Ionic Spark on the back line, that's not good.
Really looking to just capitalize on reducing the MR of Assassin's early game with that roll.
Yeah, pretty much. At least he's got... Fishball's going to win this. At level 3 again, winning twice at level 3, maintaining 10 gold as well. Fish is in an amazing spot right now. If he does hit Ichi, though, he will lose. That Sunfire Cape will easily be the difference.
Kirame's looking really good at the moment here, hitting another Nasus, so we've already got 7 as we're pushing in for 4. I mean, 16 gold, only just hit level 4. We've got a 55% chance on 1-cost units coming through here. Is this a really good opportunity to hit Nasus 3 and push Divine with Siphoners?
Yeah.
I think it is. Initially, I thought not, but the guy that is running the other Nasus chosen, he slams Sunfire, which makes me think he's going to tempo with it instead of reroll, but... He's already got 7, he is only 2 off. I think it's just... If he can natural it, like, he's hard win streaking here.
Here comes the Siphoner Nasus that we were concerned about, and that Sunfire is going to be applying straight onto the front line and eating them alive.
So he doesn't have Siphoner in, so it's not really reducing the healing, but it's still, like, just eating through him quite a bit here. Yeah, Sunfire too good here.
Yeah.
Too much damage. Interesting. So his first item on the carousel will dictate to me what he wants to do. So dual gauntlet, Titans is kind of what you're looking for. So you might try and get a glove here. There's 2 gold glove on the other side. Oh, his last pick actually. Could be 3rd pick as well. Since there's 3 people on 96.
Yeah, he is.
Looking at Mina, yeah, he's 3rd pick. So Slade's going to have to go last with Itchy. But no gloves available here. Are we?
I don't know what he does here. I actually don't know. What's he gonna... Maybe Gunblade?
Go for like a Zeke's or something, maybe?
Okay, he went for the Negatron.
Ionic? Question mark?
Question mark is what I have in my brain as well.
Would you ever slam an Ionic?
I'd rather slam Zephyr, to be honest, but maybe thinking Dragon Claw later on. Like, Dragon Claw, Dragon Claw, Titans, Dual Gauntlet are my 3 favorites for him, but...
Ooh, Lantern this early.
Oh, there's the glove. Okay, so will he slam the Dual Gauntlet here? Or will he go down...
I think Dual Gauntlet here could be a massive slam for him. I think it's unfortunate that it's a Divine Nasus and not a Siphoner Nasus, because going this slam... In my opinion, I prefer a Siphoner just because he gets so much more sustained. Especially with the Dual Gauntlet. He crits off of that, and he's going to be doing so much damage and getting so much health back.
So he does have Morello as well, so he has... Belt Rod, so that could be a Morgana item late game if he wants to stick with this. See what he does with the... He might slam Morello now if he really wants to. On the Garen, it's not terrible.
But especially if they're targeting Garen and walk all around him, getting that spin with Morello isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Looks like he's going to keep his options open. He's losing anyway, he doesn't really need to try and win, because he's got a 2 loss streak now. And most people pushing tempo level 5 now, so... He'll be a level behind.
Having a look here. Let's see what hit in the shop. Not much. We will be able to get the push for 30 gold. And that loss streak, hoping to lose again before Krugs, just to maximize on Econ here. Let's change it up a little bit. Itchy's got what looks like to be my preferred Nasus. Itchy also scouting. Can see Slade. Double Hodge, Bow, Shyvana. Has me scared. But this is my favorite Nasus, gentlemen. We've got Siphoner, self-sustaining because you only need 2 of them. Has the Sunfire and also has the Crit Glove. We've got Magnetic Remover sitting on there, as does everyone else. And the tier, so I tend to prefer this for this stage of the game. But given the amount of Hodges around, how are you guys feeling? Do we think that this is something that can transition late game with a Kayle and friends?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to reroll here. He's pushed level 5 already. I don't think he's going to roll at all, so I'm not sure what his plan is with the Gauntlet. Could be KO, could go ASOL, dual Gauntlet. Oh, wow, this is a KO. Okay, well, there you go. It should just hit. Just hit Itchy. Like, this guy is the KO god of OCE.
Itchy knows that's a just hit.
He can even put it on now if he wants. Oh my god. He has 4 Divine as well.
And he has Executioner.
Oh my god.
This is ridiculous. Okay, this is just absolutely ridiculous. Don't need to put the Janna in right now. Let's go. 2 Executioner, 2 Siphoner, 4 Divine. Kayle is just going to tear up. Really, we're just hoping for Kayle items, right? Like, Nasus is self-sufficient, absolutely sitting there with what he's got.
Yeah, so
now
you can always
hit
magnetic remove if he wants that Gauntlet at some point. But right now, it's probably just better on Nasus right now, because he's just a god. But when he feels like Kayle becomes a stronger unit, then he'll probably remove it. But he's cruising. He got Executioner, 4 Divine, Siphoner. Like, he's just hard chilling the level 8 here. I'm not expecting him to lose anytime soon. I slam the Hodge here. I think it's a good idea. Thinking about it. Yep.
Yeah, gonna do it. Can't put the tier on the Kayle without slamming Hodge because it just feels such a waste. What else are you gonna put on there? You know, especially when your only other option right now would be to slam Redemption Kayle. That's an even bigger int. So I think Hodge, I think Itchy's got the board to beat. Angora's got a strong board and on a win streak as well. We're up again against the Thief's Glove brand with Dawn. Let's see if Kayle can really push this out. And I think this is going to be a hard loss for Dawn on this one.
Yeah, Kayle this early is just way too much damage.
Oh, there's a Z on Dawn's bench. Maybe I get my dreams coming true and I get a Z with Spirits. Unlikely, but I can dream, boys. I can dream.
Surprised no one's played Spirit Z yet. I guess they've just not been in a position to. You do really need, like, 3 bows to play it.
I suppose...
my, what has happened? Okay, I'm done.
Why?
What is this? What is it? What am I watching right now? Oh my goodness.
This whole lobby has basically just got Mort dogged, and Itchy is the only one that's benefiting from it. I don't think there is any other way to put this blessed RNG that Itchy's getting right now, because it is at the detriment of the rest of the lobby. If Itchy gets, in the next shop, another Kayle, I think we just end broadcast. Like, that is it. It's done. Itchy gets another win. We're done. Pack it up. Go home. Thank you for doing all the production work, Swifty. Phenomenal show you put on here, but you got more dogged. All right? That's...
Yeah, this board is insane for a 3-2 board, honestly. They have 2 Kayles this early. He hasn't got any bows, though, which I guess is a bit scary, because he's going to win streak so hard he's not going to be able to get any bows. So it's all down to creep luck, and he can't be bailed out by a lantern as well, because he's already had it.
Okay, this might be the first 100 HP victory of the tournament. We'll see. See how it goes.
Oh, that's a 3-star Nasus.
Ooh.
Oh, he hit it. That could actually beat him, potentially.
Yeah, well, 3-star Nasus is just going to one-shot everything it casts.
He doesn't have the damage, but he did burst him recently. So you won't fight him till stage 4, I don't think, so... Win streak should be pretty safe. Okay, this is what, 6 Brawler, 2, 4, 5, 4 Brawler, okay. 2 Shyvanas.
Yeah, 4 Brawler, 2 Shyvana. Technically 5 on the board, but not going to be getting that 6 Brawler capitalized. A good cast from the Susan. Yeah, watching here, it's a big win here from Itchy. He's going to keep stacking on, and Well, I want to see if Itchy ever loses a round, and I want to see that one happen. I think we do need to give someone else some love because this board is just too strong right now. So let's change it back. Let's go back to the other Nasus. Well, let's see how that 3-star's doing. We've got Fishy here.
Ooh, there's a Kale on Carousel. Has got a belt though, unfortunately, so that's not very good.
Could we see another Warmog's Kale? Possibly.
Oh man.
Would it be a yikes? Absolutely. We see the Kale still left. Mina taking that? No.
There's no way.
Oh,
There's
is she
way.
gonna get it? Oh, he's
There's
gonna take it
no
for
way.
sure. Surely you take that. Just remove the
Oh,
belt.
because they've got the
Oh,
item
they gave
remover
it
as
to
well.
him.
Oh
Why
my
did they give it
God.
to him? What are they doing? Oh no.
2 Kale at 3-5. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you can understand like if you are not TFT endemic, the level of tomfoolery that we have just seen. Astronomical.
Yeah. I don't think Itchy's going to be losing around for a little while.
Although, to be fair, I do quite like the D-Claw slam here on this Nasus. It's Nasus. He could put Hex Tech on that Nasus right now, and I would be extremely happy with it. D-Claw, Jeweled Gauntlet. You've got Siphoner in there with the Vlad already. Extra healing on that Nasus. It just wouldn't die. And I think with D-Claw against the Kale, it's a really good option.
Yeah, so
Speaking
he's
of, let's
versing
see
the
it
Kale
now.
now, so this will be interesting. I actually think he might pull it out, but I don't know. It's a Kale, so this will be interesting. Can he kill the Nasus here? It's actually getting to it pretty quickly. Too much CC.
Oh, it casted
yeah.
on Kale? No, it's definitely
Nah,
not even,
way too.
not even close.
Kale 2, Executioner, like.
He's
Wow,
got
that-
4 Divine as well, so that true damage is basically
Yeah.
just negated. Like the D-Claw is not doing anything.
6-unit loss, and with a Nasus 3, that's when you know Itchy's just like on another level. Wow.
It's hard as well because Fish is so weak at 45 HP here. Like, before Wolves, already less than more than half of your health gone. It makes it really hard to try and get something happening. Like, the 7-loss streak has been good for Econ, but I don't know what Fish is going to do to bring this back.
This Fish isn't in a great spot here. He can also hit a lot of the low health players like Opal and stuff, and he actually has a quite good chance of beating them, so he could actually lose his loss streak here into Krugs as well, which is going to cost him like, what, 7 gold, something like that. He did opt to level as well, so he hits Angora anyway, so he should be fine.
Angora, second at the moment. Double Hodge and a Sunfire on the Jax. Let's see how much damage we can get out of this Nasus.
Double damage? No, one of them.
One rolled healing, yeah. This is good casts
Yeah,
out of the
he's
Nasus. Great work from the Aurelia to disarm the Jax as well.
Yeah, Fish actually losing his loss streak there. I don't know how much he values his health, but he probably values the gold.
And unsurprising to everyone that's watching here, Itchy has won yet another round. And it's still Mr. 100 coming into Wolves. 10 win streak, ladies and gentlemen. Is what throws Itchy off the pedestal here? Is it really just not hitting for the rest of the game and finishing 5th? Is that basically the only way that Itchy tumbles off here?
He still needs bows. He doesn't have any bows, so he might fall off late game. But the odds of him not being able to create a better late game board now, like he can basically just go 8 and 9 and get a better chosen and just pretty much play the game from 80 health.
That's completely fair. We're seeing some decent items come from the board here. Yumi 2 is very nice as well. Not sure how Fish is going to cope here. Does definitely need to hit that second Vlad. That's a 1% Zillion, which I think could be just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, interesting what he's going to do with these items.
Yeah, his items are really clunky. He hasn't got Morgana for the Morello. He doesn't have a Titans. He has no
He did
hold
roll
up for these
past the
swords.
Talon. He
Oh,
could
he
have
actually
played
built
Talon.
Zeeks. Wow. Oh, actually, is he? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, nothing sticks out to me with this comp that he could be running here. the Nasus is nice, but these items don't really translate into something else very well. Doesn't it, like you said, doesn't have a Morello if he's going Enlightened. He's just sticking on Nasus for now, unless he's looking to push to a Swain and replace later. But even then, I'm just not sure what he takes for this.
I think he just sits with this board for a while and tries to get to level 8 with it, but there's nothing he could really roll down for without selling his Nasus, so I think he's definitely trying to get to level 8 here. Like, realistically, what can he roll for? He can replace the Garen, he could replace the Vlad, but that's really it, and he needs 4 cost units to replace them, so probably looking to try and get to level 8.
Well, let's visit someone different now. Itchy's still sitting on top, so I'm not that excited about what Itchy's doing right now. Let's go check out Dawnglade, who's just above Fish here at 42, and has managed to get 3 fortunes, slamming the Thief's Glove on a Katarina. How do we feel about this, lads? What's this comp looking like right now?
Well, he's on a 3-loss streak, so he might just be first or last trying to get a payout here. Like, his items aren't terrible if he goes for Olaf. Sorry, words. But there was someone with Olaf already, so it's already contested. He's taking heavy damage. Like, he needs to make a better board now. And if he rolls down and doesn't hit this Olaf, it's going to be doomed. He might even just die here in prison jail, in Fortune jail.
Now, Itchy has taken a hard loss, 11 points, coming down to 89. So, not going to be a Mr. 100 win here. And you're right, that Olaf is contested by Opal. Nevertheless,
Could still hit.
Good items on it as well. This is really good items. Well, one really good item on the Katarina here with the Hodge. And look, the Shojin is going to help her get her first cast off, so that could be useful too. Is this where Dawn gets to recover and convert from the 4-loss streak on the Fortune, sell, and really bring forward a comp that can take this into top 4?
That is a Nautilus
Grams, what do you
3. I'm just laughing at this Tristana trying to damage this Nautilus 3 right now. It's basically tickling it. GA as well. Mina playing Fabled, interesting. We saw that in game 2, I think it was, from Slumbers.
Yeah. Okay, well, heading to the next carousel, gentlemen. Let's see what we have here. We've got a Lee Sin and a Yone as our 2 5-cost units in this carousel. Dawn looking to pick up something useful. And he's going to get the...
Looks like a Depth Blade or a
Xayah.
Did he want the Xayah just for Xayah, though?
Maybe,
I'm not sure if he did.
No idea
Possible.
what he's trying to play here. I think he's just trying to not play for last
He's just
place.
trapped right now. He can't get a payout. He's too weak. The Tristana's just not enough. Look at the boards running around. 6 Elderwood, yeah, the KO. I'm not sure who he beats here.
On that Xayah too. 2 Hodges and a GA. That's strong.
Like, who does he beat in this lobby? I think he's just doomed, to be honest. Like, I think he just has to make a move now and just YOLO. He might have to get away from the Fortunes, yeah. Just play. Oh! Can he play that?
Oh.
Okay, he certainly can play that. Get rid of the Tristana, put the items on the Kale. Get a Deathblade on your Xayah. And that's looking strong. That's, yeah, definite question marks there.
It might be enough to save him. A boss as well.
He's just got to develop strongest board here.
He can just throw it in. It's the best unit he's got for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Might be stable now.
Quickly
Just
put those
sign an
items.
RFC.
TG on the boss.
Yeah. Nice.
Zeke's, okay, so not going Deathblade. TG for boss. And quickly getting the RFC and Runins on. A little late on that. Probably needed to slam them a bit quicker. But getting a little dizzy too, I think. Let's see if this can clutch it out. We're getting good damage out here from the back of the board. Boss still doing sit-ups. I think this is it, gentlemen. I think this is the saving Kale.
Yeah, he's in a good spot. He's just got to make it to neutrals, I think. If he can make it to neutrals and win this next fight, he can actually top 4 from here. For sure. Oh, he got the Zillion. I think he should stick with this board for one turn. I think it's too strong to hard transition here, so I'm expecting him just to chill here. Maybe roll to 10. Just a 4 brawler. Yeah, he's going to chill on
The
this board, I
Shyvana
think.
here is interesting as well, having that Runins and Bow on Shyvana. I would have thought that maybe you'd want the Runins on Kale, but this is
The
seeming to
Kale
work
doesn't
for now.
apply to Runans unless she's actually in auto range. So it actually doesn't work on
Right.
Kale at max range. She has to be in actual like auto range.
That left's
till-
in
Fun
such
fact
a good
to
spot.
Judge and
So it looks like this is a very strong
Olaf
Olaf.
Cleveland.
I actually think it was a close fight. Oh, Olaf died unfortunately. Oh, close fight. Oh, okay. He's actually in a good spot now.
Very close.
He made some neutrals with 2 lives. I think he can turn this around. He's just gotta try and develop a strong board here.
Okay, well, there's a Kindred for us to get 4 Executioner. That's a good hit here.
So it's just a puzzle now. He's just trying to
As-
find strongest board without losing too much.
It's
So,
definitely Sedge Trucks.
yeah.
Mhm.
And the Yumi.
Sedge Trox. There goes the
Yeah, this is his strongest
Spirit as
late game
well.
board. He's just got to hit pairs now. He's got no pair besides the Kale, so he's just got to hit now. Hopefully he can hit at least 3 pairs on this. He's going to have 40 gold, so... if he can hit like some frontline pairs and maybe the Yumi pair, he should get top 4 from here.
plenty of items coming through now as well. We're looking at a Locket, Runins.
Say Rageblade, and
GA.
Gunblade maybe. Yep, GA is
Oh,
good too.
wow.
GA
Okay.
and Rageblade, yeah, he's looking good. He's got a
And
roll
he-
here though.
It's the Aatrox and Sedge in a single shot, and the Aurelia.
Oh, there's the Sedge. Aurelia. Another boss. Could pick up a Zaya here.
Sells the boss for sure, right?
Surely. Looks to be holding on to it for now. Need to move that Zaya back over.
It's Shen over boss here. I don't agree with the boss, but it has a
Neither.
Zephyr. I think he wants to hold the Zephyr item because it. Okay, Ionic. And just
Absolutely.
Hurricane. There's a Zaya here. I think, or even Kindred. Yeah. It's in an
Yeah,
okay
There we
spot.
go.
I think he's
Look at
stable
it.
here. This guy has a Kale as well. This is Itchy with the Kale.
Yeah, Itchy's Kale items aren't the greatest.
But
though.
Dawn has the Execution chosen, and he has better items, so that's the difference in that fight.
Absolutely. The Ginsu's coming through strong here for his Kale. And the Executioner as well. Just such a massive buff for him. Getting a good perspective here on Mina and Fish. As that Nasus has now come through, and I really like it. It's got the Titans. It's got the Jeweled Gauntlet. Plus, it's got the D-Claw. And it's just really so tanky with its survivability.
It looks like there's actually a draw there, so they both take damage, and now they're both on 1 life. That's really unfortunate. So I'm expecting to sell the boss now for Shen. For
Especially with
Mystics.
those items.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to keep this. Oh, I wouldn't keep it up. There's a Shen pair. I think it's Shen here. Yeah, he needs the Mystics in this lobby.
Yep.
It's adept as well.
He has enough damage.
That's right.
There's a
That
Shen
is
pair.
comp so well.
Oh, come on. Get the Shen 2. And look at those Thief's Glove items. Sunfire Gargoyle, given Shen's taunt on the end of his dash, I think if he can taunt a few units there, that's perfect.
So Yumi's not going to cast here. That's really unfortunate for him. But no GA on the Talons. The Talon just dies here, unfortunately. Talon's a really underwhelming unit at the moment. Morgana could carry.
Good pike stun.
Yeah, very strong. Nah, just too much DPS. Oh,
The boss is amped up. No, not enough.
nah,
The
too
boss
strong.
has been absolutely nuked by the Gale, though, as it tries to run over. I think, look, a Yumi 2 is going to be a great upgrade here as well for some survivability, so it can get that cast off, because it got absolutely destroyed at the start of that one.
So Shen has a Zeke's here. I wonder if he'll peel that back, and I don't think it's worth it though. I think the front line's worth it. Angora has
Samira
6
here
Talon
for,
actually. 6 Talon for Angora. He might try and go for 3-star Talon.
Double
I'm
Shroud.
liking Slumber's board. 1, because I get to see a Samira, but 2, that Samira playing into Slayers also has IE and Last Whisper, which is quite strong. So
Oh, he did
we
pull
are
it
going to
back.
see that Zeke's.
Oh, he did peel the Zeke's back. Very nice. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Got shrouded, unfortunately, but he has double Zeke's now. Got Aatrox.
This fight
Thank you.
might be Samira diff.
Oh, look at that
Oh,
damage.
no,
Oh.
she got 1 hit. Wow.
Samira got absolutely destroyed, and that Shen quite large. Coming through with the cast. Kale able to survive the Aatrox pull. This is a really good run for Dawn, and I'm excited to be watching this play out for Dawn as well, see if this is something that can go on. Mina getting knocked out here. Unfortunate as we head into the next carousel.
Alright, so you might go for this last Ziggs here. I think Ziggs is the highest values. Or not? What's he going for? QSS? Oh, he might want to swap out the GA here. Because he has Magnetic Remover. No, he goes for the Shroud instead. Okay. Second game is really valued the Shroud. Very interesting. I would have gone for Ziggs there, but up to him. There's also QSS I thought he was going for. If he wanted to
I thought he might have done what you said. Magnetic remove the GA, put QSS on, avoids a lot of that early game CC like an Aatrox. But prioritizing the Shroud. Shen items?
Trap call? Not too helpful.
Oh, too fair, nice. He's pretty capped now. He just needs to... The Yumi pair is probably the biggest thing he can hit now. But he's pretty capped at the moment. He's just looking to see who he loses to. That's pretty strong, the ASOL on the right. So he's probably going to move to the left here. To play around the ASOL.
He needs something on the left to potentially Shroud as well. Yeah, he's got the Yumi, okay.
So he's versing Itchy with the Kale.
Itchy's Kale not having a QSS makes Adept really valuable here as well.
Absolutely. And a lot of strong damage coming out from the other units too that Itchy's frontline just can't deal with here. So while Itchy had a great start, it's certainly looking like Dawn can catch up.
Well, yeah, Itchy's level 9 now as well, you've got to keep in mind. So he's going into creeps. He's basically just tanking these 2 rounds and probably going to look to roll down for a 5+ chosen. Because this KO for him at the moment is not it. He needs to get a stronger board.
While Dawn's been great fun, let's have a look, as you mentioned, on Itchy and see how this fight goes and whether we can hit after PvE. I'd be interested to see if Itchy's going to push this into a 3rd win.
Yeah, so he's held on to this chosen Nasus for as long as possible. I think he's going to get rid of it now.
Yeah, definitely.
4 Divine, 2 Divine, doesn't really matter here. I think he's just going to go for a 5-cost chosen.
He wins as well.
Yeah, he actually won into neutral, so that's actually a big win for him. Looking good for the top 2 at least, for sure. Dawnblade's the problem here. There's a rally pair. Hodge is good.
45 gold. Gets a Hodge in this as well. Looking to change out these items. And this is looking strong for basically any 5-cost chosen here. The Kale going to be enough to really tank out this PvE round. And I think from here, looking to push that 5-cost chosen and really just put items on best in slot for whoever he gets is going to be the play. Still has Magnetic Remover if he needs to make a different decision. And honestly, gentlemen, if you had to pick a 5-cost chosen, who are you picking?
Oh, I mean, that'd do it.
I mean, he actually passed that. Wow, he's looking for a smear, I reckon, with these items. Boss.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Called it.
Oh no!
Really?
Wonder what
he's going for KL 3 or something. What is he trying to do?
No, there's no way he can hit KL 3.
Okay, Yone is good.
Yone, surely. Yeah, that's 4 Adept as well.
Definitely Yone here. Because
one more dollar.
There it is.
Adept's really good because Dawnblade's KL doesn't have QSS, so that's going to help a lot.
The Zephyr here, the items on this Yone as well, super tanky. Hodge has crit, while he's just focusing the Samira there. I think this Yone is a contender for a 1st.
Yeah, they're not even getting through the shield on Yone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Walmox is a great item for Yone because it synergizes with the exile buff. So he might be strong enough now to deal with Dawnglade. Dawnblade's just been win streaking. Dawnglade was in so much trouble, and then he hit that Executioner Kale, and he hasn't lost since. And now he's in a great spot. Looks like he hit the Zide too as well. And Yumi too, so Dawnglade is capped.
Really strong for Itchy though.
If he can get this Zephyr on the Kale, I think he's good.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Itchy wins this lobby, based on what I'm looking at.
And if this Yone can tear up the cast right at the start here and tear through these three, we're going to be looking very strong. That's one. Going to cast again. Almost gets a second straight away. He's just... The Yone is the biggest hit here. And Itchy's early game is really going to be...
Oh, Dawn's on one life, so
late.
Dawn should be... Dawn might be able to get second here off that. Because I think he can beat Angora as well.
Itchy here, as I mentioned before, won the last two. Is looking to go the hat trick for first place. And this Yone hit is really doing a number on the opposition. Still has a QS, a Quicksilver on the bench as well. Hasn't used that. Didn't want to put that anywhere. Not really fussed. 2 Orns in his shop, and he's just going to skip them.
It's a bit late.
He's not expecting this to go long enough to have 3 rounds played with an Orn, so no need to hit.
Didn't scout for the Zephyr, unfortunately. Hopefully he can blind hit it. No.
Angora almost has the Talon 3 as well. Oof. Yone should be enough, should help him get through this Nasus. Shred's just too much.
He's having a look elsewhere to see how it's going.
Seeing how Dawnblade's going as well. Close fight.
Oh, he'll lose that one. His Yone, unfortunately, standing where it is.
And Angora's kicking here. Angora's 2 off Talon 3 as well. Interesting. Angora beat the Dawnglade. TG, okay.
TG's the play here, I think, as well. You get 2 items for free out of that, plus you're getting the double gloves for some dodge chance. I think that's the play, and looking to put that on someone useful.
Is he really going to put 4 Divine here? I don't think 4 Divine ever goes.
Nah, 4 Divine doesn't have much value here. Yeah. I think this is just his board. He might want Zillion, but there's no way to take out Yuumi here or Shen. So.
Oh, look at that Kindred item as well.
Oh wow, blue buff.
That's huge. Wow. Blue buff and Jeweled Gauntlet. Big Yone cast to get through it all.
Kindred's actually putting in work as well.
Kindred did a lot here. We're seeing Yone's time to shine now. If he can get a good cast in, he manages to get 1 good cast off. Dodges the first Yone cast from the opposition as well.
I don't think he wins it though. Oh my god.
Oh, he does!
Oh,
that was cast!
So wow! Okay.
The boss was 1 sit up over being amped up.
Again, really good Kindred items here.
So if he wants, he can use the magnetic remover to get the Zephyr back, so he can drop it. Here we go. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So now he can drop the Zephyr again where he wants it.
And he's still yet to put his Quicksilver on someone, which is interesting to me. I mean, he could put it on Aatrox to get that cast off a little easier, just in case there's some CC for him. Pop it on Shen. Like, he has a couple of options here, but he's just been nursing it. Gonna put it on Lee.
So it looks like he's valuing the Zephyr on Morgana this time. Last time was the boss.
Is the boss gonna get kicked out? No, it's stuck on the Janna.
Bit of ping pong with the Aatroxes there.
Well, the Talon gets the snipe on the Kale. I think...
Oh, the Yone's doing the work, though. It's going to get a good cast off here. Will it die? No, going to heal up.
The boss is coming back,
Okay, this is... Oh, Angora just won't die here. And now we're at stage 7, so you start taking a lot of damage here. So, Angora might be able to steal this if you can get a couple more wins here.
Redemption versus
QSS.
Quicksilver.
You can QSS Yone, but it's not really going to do much.
I ultimately think this is going to come down to Itchy's Yone positioning. If Itchy's Yone can come through and get a first cast across most of Angora's front line, then we're going to see him do a lot of damage and really take him out. I think that's the struggle. That and trying to get Lee to target someone that's going to be useful to get rid of is his biggest issue right now.
It's the Zillion too.
Yeah, Zillion 2 is worth more than Spirit here for sure. Zillion 2 is one of the most valuable units in the game. The Spirit's not too important now. If it was a KO mirror match, then you could argue that, but Zillion... Oh, unfortunately he can't afford that. He might... No, he has to hold that. Unfortunate. He's not scaling Zephyr positioning at all. Looks like he's going to hit maybe the
Yone's
boss.
positioning is so good.
Yeah, right on the Morgana.
No, then Talon's just going to execute the KO. Yeah, Zillion did get his ult off, but no, it's not going to matter.
And the boss got a good cast off on the Yone too, so it's been a real struggle here, Yone being the carry normally.
This might be enough damage, I think. Was that 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12?
Close.
12 plus
2,
15.
right?
Yeah, that's game, I think. And Gora out of nowhere.
Oh.
Wow.
He dies!
Died with a Leon shop as well. That's kind of sad. Very, very nice. And Gora coming through after struggling the first 3 games.
And Gore really had a struggle the first 3 games. We're looking at a 7th, a 4th, and a 7th. And now to come through the win, that is a big difference in score. And as you said before we got into that one, it really can be anybody's lobby with a couple of games still to go. Let's have a really brief break, gentlemen, before we get into some analysis prior to game number 5. This, of course, ladies and gentlemen, has been the Oceanic TFT Fates Regional Series presented by Optus. Shout out to our other sponsors as well, Puma, Logitech G, and Alienware for coming along for what was a great Yone 2 ride. Thank you so much, Tycoon and... oh my goodness. And Kareem's... I'm getting there slowly. Kareem's, thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here with me. We've got one more to go after this. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Good evening. It has come down to this for closed qualifier number 2. It's the Oceanic TFT Fates regional series presented by Optus. I'm Judge. I'm joined by Kareems and Tycoon, and for once, I've managed to get that name right. Kareems, we've had one hell of a night tonight and a multitude of different comps, and we ended there with what I thought was going to be a Yone 2 carrying with a Hodge, a Jeweled Gauntlet, and a Warmogs, but just couldn't quite get it through over the boss. Tell me, my friend, is the boss really that strong?
I know boss 2 is he was actually winning the fight when he was Zephering the boss, and then he changed his strategy to Zephyr the Morgana, and the boss just kept destroying his whole team. Unfortunately, he had to like push his KO upwards, and it just meant his front line was a lot weaker. But that is the first. I think that's the first Talon we've seen this tournament. So Angora pulling out the Talon and winning with it. Actually don't rate Talon that highly, but Angora making it work that game.
Almost had the Talon 3 as well, but did have really good items to make Talon work. Tycoon, would you be seeing a Talon every game if you could, or does it need to be left in the bottom of this meta?
No, I hate Talon. Talon sucks. His targeting sucks. Assassins suck. No, I'm never playing Talon. No, it's the way his spell works. He's just such an awkward champion to balance because he's always going to jump straight to the carries and execute them. And if his numbers are a little bit too high, he's basically just going to immediately win every round as soon as he kills one thing. So he's pretty much always going to be underpowered or way too overpowered. So, like we've seen last set, we saw there was a patch where Talon was just the only thing that anyone played. Talon Morgana, that was it. And then just nerfed it into the ground. So it's a very awkward comp to play. It's kind of like Olaf, but worse. Yeah, that's basically it.
It's kind of like Olaf, but just no real AoE, and I think that's where it also falls off too in the current meta, that why play Talon when you could play Olaf? Let's have a look at the scoreboard, though, as we've got the results heading into game number 5. And we've got Itchy sitting on top with that second place, netting another 80 points in the last one. That's 290. And that is a good 4th placing difference between Itchy and Opal. Opal's been chugging away, though. Got that first win at the start of the night with the Nico's help clutch to get ASOL 3. Then saw that traded with a 7th place, back up to 3rd, back down to 5th. And now hopefully we can see it equalize out, gets a few more points in round number 5. Dawnglade and Angora are making our top 4 complete at this stage. Dawnglade inconsistent tonight, floating around the 4th and 3rd place position with an unfortunate second game. And Angora out of nowhere, thanks to a Talon and some really great itemization in game number 4 to take a 4th spot. Before the last game, we were talking about how Angora was having a rough night, and we talked about Angora's stats and builds at the start of this evening. Kareems, is Angora's time to shine now and lock in that top 4 position?
I think so. He's played a bit of everything tonight. He's played 2 Talons, then he played Katarina, and then he played Nico in the first game. But he's played Talon the last 2 games, so maybe he'll pull out Talon again. We'll have to see.
Perhaps it's the secret sauce we need with the flipping assassin, and yeah, that's probably the best way to describe that guy. Tycoon, well, we're not seeing a Samira come out. We did see a Samira 2 with chosen with Sharpshooter in the store in that roll down in the last game. I've talked about her prior to the last match. Do we think that we might eventually see her pulled out in this one if someone can get a Nidalee?
Samira's a very strong champion. Like I would have taken that Samira, but I'm obviously not a challenger player at the moment, so but no, Samira is very strong, especially if you can get 3 Slayers in there. As soon as she ults, she's immediately going back to max health. So it's there, but it's obviously one of the hardest chosens in the game to get. So if that was the game we were going to see it, that would have been it. But I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe we'll get another 2-star Kayla. What was it, like 3-2 or something like that? Yeah, it was a bit early.
It was very early, and also it was before. I think it was before 3, and hitting that carousel with the Giant's belt is what really made that Kale come together for the early game. And ultimately, it was that health that was saved in the win streak for the economy that wrapped that comp up in a nice bow for the rest of that game, pushing for top 2. So maybe we'll see some ridiculous RNG again, and maybe Mortdog will strike against the whole lobby, just like we saw last game. Kareems, if you had to have a ridiculous 4-cost unit to come through at 2% for you, what would you want to be coming through at level 2?
I would love that Kale. That Kale's very nice. And he slam for Divine. I'm very strong. I'm surprised he lost it all, but very, very strong. Is she 3 KO games in a row? I'm expecting him to win at the tournament with another Kale. We'll see how we go.
As the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Kale is broken, but is not broke. It's stacking up economy in every single round. I'm yet to see a Veigar 3 come through and just get a lot of spellcasting over the top and bonk everyone with that cast. But, you know, I can dream as we head into our 5th and final game for this evening. Let's see what happens after the carousel. Got to shout out our partners, of course, in helping us bring you the best of Oceanic TFT. Of course, that being Optus, Puma, Logitech G, and Alienware. Thank you for helping us bring to you the TFT Fates Regional Series presented by Optus for the Oceanic region. And as we come in after Carousel, we're a little late in last PvE round, but that also saves us waffling on and me asking you stupid questions about what they're going to build for the first 2 minutes of this game. And we're here with Fish, who we've tried to give a lot of love, but the love just hasn't been reciprocated. With a BF sword, a glove, and a rod on the bench here.
Yeah, I didn't see what he started with, but I'm going to take a guess and assume it was the rod.
Yeah, that's my guess.
If we've seen anything this game, it's Fish starting with rod. It looks like he might be trying to play Warlords here, actually. He's got 2 Nidalees on the bench, and he's just slammed the dual gauntlet. He's got half a Shojin. He might be down to Force.
Happens after this one. Perhaps we will get a Samira game if this Shojin comes through and we can get a Nidalee stacked early. But that is one big monkey.
Yeah, chosen monkey will do it every time. There's no easier way to win streak.
Eldel. Is that bait?
I don't know. He has an ASOL item.
He could. He
has no other brawler to go with it. I mean, I don't know. I'd say it's bait here, to be honest. He does have the Otherwood with it. It's close. But he doesn't get that much stronger now, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just holds here. Yeah, he's gonna chill. Okay. It was close.
He looks to be the weakest in the lobby at the moment as well after that quick scout. Most people have gone level 4 already, and almost everyone has upgraded units, so I think he's pretty much just going to try and wait out and see what comes, because there's nothing else he can really do. Like, putting this Maokai in isn't really going to let him win a round. Make 10 here, just wait for a better chosen. Rage for Nidalee.
Okay, interesting.
It's playable, right? He's got 2 Narcissus already. Dual Gauntlets on the wrong champion, but
he can remake the Vladimir if he wants to. But this is a pretty strong start. I think it's the same start he had last game actually. Pretty sure he had Divine Narcissus like last game.
Yeah, except he went 8.
This time he has early Vladimir, so he's a lot stronger than he was early last game.
True. He's got pairs. Like he's got a decent amount of pairs. I still don't think this is. Oh, he might win this. And he's got Dragon Soul.
Is Angora gonna play the Dragon Soul Tristana reroll I've been waiting for all night?
He's 20 gold at 2-3 as well. He definitely could.
He's only got 3 so far. He definitely needs a Rage Blade if he wants to even think about it. Alright. Wither's too strong here.
1 item.
He definitely has a setup for it if Angora wants to play it. He's run Rage Blade, QSS, and he's
got first pick as well. There's the bow and the
so Angora wants this bow. If Angora gets this bow, I think he might commit. Let's see what he goes for.
Looking for it.
Hey, he sees it. Alright, Rage Blade.
Oh yeah, got it.
Okay. What's Fish gonna go for?
We get to play your favorite Tristana minigame, Creams.
Will he go for it? He's only got 3 so far, but I love Tristana reroll, one of my favorites.
He's so rich as well. Like he definitely can roll down for it.
He might consider hyper rolling. We'll see.
I mean,
Well,
he also
he
has
pretty
a
much needs
hurricane.
a first here. Like
That also gives him a hurricane, so he might consider going out into brawlers because he does have quite a few brawlers as well. So that'll be interesting. He might make that decision a bit later because he's loose streaking anyway.
Fish levels to 5, so I guess he's not looking to play Nasus reload. Sells the Nasuses as well.
Yeah, that's
Fiora
surprising
buy
to me. He
interesting
did have
here.
5, but I guess he doesn't value the Divine Chosen here. Looks like he might.
Vanguard looking stronger than putting the Enlightened in with that Fiora.
Oh wow, he's got a Nidalee already with a Gunblade. Not Nidalee.
Katarina. We all knew what you were saying, Tycoon.
Yeah.
And the positioning for the Katarina is really good as well, to be surrounded by all 4 of them. It's just going to get so much damage off and extra healing. Gets that fully charged Hex Tech shield. And I think this is going to enable even the 1-star Katarina to get a second cast off here. Does a lot of damage. Takes out the Nasus. That was a strong cat.
Yeah, 2 full channels, a level 1 cat. That's pretty rare, but it was in a great position, like you said.
All right, let's see what Fish can hit here. Is looking to get strongest board happening at the moment. Seems a little unsure. It's selling out now, so I think that's the Warlord's gone and going to be looking for the Divine Siphoners pivoting into Executioners. I think that's why we've got the Kindred on the board and looking to have that front line work with Nasus and Vladimir. Am I right? Is that kind of where we're angling?
Yeah, it definitely looks like you play. He could play a couple of things. He could play ASOL from here as well, but obviously it'd be easier to go to Kale with the Kindred already. I don't think he's going to ever break this Fiora, though. It's going to be a big loss.
Especially with the Cultists here getting that Galio in on the back line and doing some work.
Yeah.
The Nasus just not quite able to do much. Fiora's going to almost finish off this Vlad. The Janna saving, but not enough as the shield gets broken. Kindred will take out 1 more before perishing. That's not a bad loss. 2 units, though.
It looks like it was going to go the other way. It was going to be quite a bad loss, but he put it back.
Okay, so Fish has the Enlightened in now with a Fiora, so managed to get that switch. Nice shop, but nothing that he's really looking for. Maybe we change it up, gentlemen. Should we go watch some Dawnglade? I think we should watch some Dawn.
Sure. What are we looking at? Everyone else's board. So we've got Cultist, Keeper, Enlightened. Got the D-Claw Slam. What else was he holding? His items are not looking good at all.
Yeah, these items are grief. He really needs some damage items here, otherwise he's gonna struggle and stay. Oh, that's not bad. Does need a bow sword here, I think.
Yeah, sword.
Okay, that could be Zeke's right there. It's also a Gunblade.
IE.
Yeah. Okay, he has options now. He has a lot of good options here.
This is nice. I think we're looking at like plenty of potential across the board, and it depends on what Dawn hits. If he wants to push the the Enlightened end of this, then you've got a Morello sitting there with an IE for Talon. That's a really strong setup for late game Enlightened. You've got the D-Claw as well to make that Morgana extra tanky. There's Morello Slam for the TF, so I think that could be positioning for Enlightened late game.
Yeah, the Morello might have been a bit better on the Jarvan, because TF typically doesn't get more than 1 cast off, and Jarvan gets his cast off a lot earlier. But TF obviously has potential to hit more units.
I just find, and Kareem, I don't know if you feel the same, but I find TF so bait in that most of the time he just doesn't hit more than 1 line of his cast. That
yeah, he's
very
unreliable. If you don't have mage buff in, he's extremely unreliable. Particularly Stage 3 onwards, when you need him to clutch the backline. But it looks like Dawnglade wants to play Talon, to be honest. Slam Morgana and he has Infinity Edge. He might want to play Talon. He's just stealing Angora's strategy here. We'll see. Yeah, TF a little unreliable, to be honest. Sometimes he hits the whole team, sometimes he just misses everything.
He goes for the level when he's poor. I don't know if I really agree with that because his items are obviously not the best. So I wouldn't mind tanking 2 rounds there just to get a higher carousel pick.
Slade and Mina both at 100 and on win streaks, obviously, being on 100, yet to face off against one another. We're going to have Mina come in against Dawn, and that's a dangerous-looking Diana. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, it's got a lot of damage on it. The Hurricane Deathblade is always a good combo, regardless of who it's on, because the Hurricane just scales so well with AD. Just able to put out so much damage. The Morello is not going to do a huge amount, but the raw AD alone will.
Yeah, he's just waiting for Shyvana, so that gives it. So he has Kindred in right now, so the Diana gives him Spirit. So Diana's the strongest unit he can find right now, but it looks like he's trying to wait out for Shyvana here. He's got a lot of brawlers on the bench right there.
Yeah, I guess the Morello eventually goes on like set or something like that.
Sounds like a plan.
Still not sold he's playing Talon. He's, as you said, Tycoon, he's really poor here.
Yeah, the level there, leveling to lose as well. I don't know if I would really agree with that because you lose so much economy and there's so many strong players with more, well, the current same amount of gold as you. So Mina actually hit an Olaf there with those items.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, she might pivot now. Deathblade, Hurricane Olaf is very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and playing into Dragon Soul as well, that Morello could do really good. You slap that on an A-Soul, gets a good cast off, and he's applied that across a whole team. So, you know, that Diana pivot into an Olaf and Dragon Soul now could be very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. This I'm surprised Dawnblade's actually winning around here, to be honest with you. It was close.
Oh, well.
It was close.
And normally, a Teemo Chosen, I cringe in fear because it's such a solid Chosen unit, but
it was
managed to pull that through.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot better when it used to get reduced mana instead of AP. But obviously it was a little bit strong with the reduced mana.
Especially given that it's one of the main things with its cast, when you have it with Sharps, is disabling the whole opposite team. I think that having that with lower mana and more frequent just made it really hard to compete against.
Yeah, exactly. So what did Dawnblade go for there? He went for the sword. So I guess he might be looking to play Talon. Or potentially Olaf. These items would all work in Olaf as well. You can get like a Morello onto Morgana and whatnot.
Oh, there's a Talon. Okay.
Oh my lord, surely.
Surely. I would Talon here.
And a Nico.
Hands down.
I'm down. If depends how flexy feels.
It's got to be Talon, right?
Just given the itemization right now, I feel like it's got to be Talon. Unless he really wants to keep playing cultists, Talon with the items he has. Okay.
I don't agree with this.
I'm not.
He's playing for
You
top
do
4
agree?
here. I don't know what he's doing. I'm not a huge fan of that.
Well, he is
No.
220 points for the qualifier. Like a top
He might
4
just
here.
be playing for top 4 here. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to risk Talon and just go 8th, I guess. Interesting.
Which is fair.
Can understand it. It certainly doesn't fit my playstyle. It's, you know, 1st or 8th. Go big or go home.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I certainly feel, I don't know, I find a lot of the time, you know, if you're playing top 4 not to lose, instead of playing top 4 because that's all that's available, often you'll go 7th. Because you're too concerned about only just surviving and making top 4 that it might not work for you. So I'm just concerned that Dawn's going to have that. I think that the health is there, that it's okay. But I'd hate for Dawn to be giving up that talent and then, you know, imagine if we hit Morgana in this shop or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
he's definitely healthy because he's slamming decent like items. Like obviously, Declaw in the early game is not the best, but that's all he really had. But it just means as the game gets later and later on, he's just going to get outscaled because the game is very reliant on carries having really good items at the moment. And TG and Declaw and Morello even just really aren't it. They're so specific and they're only good on a very few amount of champions. And if you don't hit them, then what do you do?
that's it. All right, well, with that loss before we head into the PvE round, let's change it up a little bit here, and let's go over to Itchy, who's sitting in 7th right now, equal 7th, really. And is struggling to hit, it would seem. Has the sharpshooter Teemo, has Divines, and really is looking for a Kayle build here, but I'm just not feeling it come in. Kareems, am I missing something in Itchy's secret sauce, or is this really just struggling to hit
so
units?
he's gotten 3 gloves and 2 rods so far. It looks like he wanted to Kayle for the 100th time this tournament, but you might have to actually play flex this game.
Another sword, double jewel gauntlet, Infinity Edge.
What's he got? Interesting.
And Bramble.
Giant Slayer, huh?
Okay.
Huh.
Looks like it might be... I'm not sure. What's that? Oh my god, that's a Kayle. Was he taking that? No, okay.
Oh,
I don't think you can with these items.
Nah, he can't play Kayle. No RC. Looks like he might want to ASOL here, potentially.
I think he's doing exactly what it looks like he's doing, and that he's going to push to play
Top 4.
top 4
He's
and
currently,
sharpshooters.
he's currently 80 points ahead of, sorry, 60 points ahead of everyone. So if he plays
that's
the top...
a 2-star Kayle with perfect items.
Oh, Angora though. Angora looked really dual spat as well. Here's the Shen, the Yumi.
Yeah,
And
jeez.
can't be disabled as well. The
Kindred too. He didn't even use Nico apparently.
QSS.
There's still a Nico on his bench, so Angora
Natural
in...
to
Angora's
Kayle
looking
too.
scary. Angora is a god.
Just something to note as well, Itchy in his current spot, if Itchy goes 8th, he'd be at 300 points. Angora, if he goes first, they'd both be tied for first place. But Angora had a higher day 2 rank, so he would actually win the tournament if that happened.
Angora as well, need to mention, has a 1% of Zillion sitting on the bench too. So Itchy's picked up the 1% of Yone, but Angora just looks super strong, can throw a Zillion in at the next level as well. I'm not sure what beats that right now.
Itchy just struggling to get good units on the board right now.
Oh my god,
Oh,
Opal
that-
does 1% Swain. Oh my
What?
goodness. And she has Morgana ready to go. Okay, Opal, calm down.
And the monkey just walked over and bonked Teemo.
Oh, Itchy, this
Itchy
is a
could go
rough
past 8th
game.
here. Oh no. He'll still secure a top 4, but that might hurt his chances of winning the tournament. If he can't turn this around. But he should make it to regionals, hopefully.
With how many points ahead he is, like even if he goes 8th, he'd be at 300, so...
Yeah, he
He
should make it to
should be
regionals, but this will hurt his
fairly
chance
safe,
of taking out the tournament if he
Yeah.
can't turn it around here. Hopefully he can find a carry.
Now, the bottom of the leaderboard here is contested heavily, although Itchy seems to be taking the pole position with that. Opal having a rough game to begin with. Let's see if Opal can turn that around with that 1% Swain, as you said. 6 Vanguard, 2 Divine, 2 Siphoner, and that is a massive Nasus to have with the bonk. I think this is a really good-looking comp here to be running right until the end game.
Yeah, she might be low here, but I think she can win streak with this for a long time. This is looking very scary.
The only downside is that they have no access to Kayle in this comp. So all the Kayle people are just going to shred through.
Yeah, Angora's a problem for her, but I think she can top 4 with this board from this position.
I think the only saving grace with this comp would be if the Kayle didn't have a QSS, but we know that Angora's is stacked with that already. So, like you said, there's really no way to pull Kayle in and prevent her from wreaking havoc across your board. I think really the only option for that is let's give Swain an assassin spat. But even then, I don't think that's going to be the solution, is it?
No, he's probably just going to jump back there and kill himself if you do that. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a strong comp. It's going to be anyone that has only physical damage. But all the Kayle players, I think, would just shred through it. It's the Zephyr.
TG on Swain.
Angora's just gone 8 at 4-5 as well.
Yeah, so Angora has his comp sorted, so he doesn't need that much money. He also has a Nico, so he's probably going to... He wants to do a lot of damage to the lobby right now. I'm interested to see his board.
Oh, someone had double Nico on the bench there as well.
Mina hit the Olaf too, so looks like Mina is playing Olaf. And here's the KO. What's he got?
Okay, here's Angora. Let's see how this comp stacks up against it. We
Looks
do
like he
get...
has very strong. So he has 4 Divine. 2 Kindred 2s actually. He's got a 6, 7 Kindred. He might go for the Kindred 3 this game. Because he's one off with the Nico. So, could see a Kindred 3, which I haven't seen for a while actually. Very strong unit.
I think in the lobby right now, Angora is the one to beat, and that's not going to be happening anytime soon, given the current build. Fish has just hit a Zaya too, so that could be some contest. Let's have a look and see what Fish has on offer for us, gentlemen. As we see, it's the 3 Executioner with the chosen Aatrox. How do you feel about that, Graham? So is that going to be helping us in the long run here?
Yeah, I think it's fine. He has no money, so I guess he couldn't really greed the perfect chosen here, but Aatrox is fine. No Sejuani. I don't think he needs this Jax. He can probably just play 2 Divine and just run Sejuani with this Aatrox when he finds it. Just run 3 Vanguard. Because I think he needs CC because his KO's quite weak at the moment. He does have the Nico. Did everyone get a Nico or something from the Lucky Lantern? I swear everyone has a Nico this game. I must have missed that. Oh.
I don't think they did.
Now, manager, producer extraordinaire Swifty is just letting us know that Dawn's actually wiping his board and having a good change. We're seeing that here from Fish's perspective, but maybe it's going to be worth us having a watch and see what Dawn manages to accomplish over the next couple of rounds. Let's go have a look from Dawn's perspective and see what this role and this change is going to achieve. I mean, is this Dawn going legendaries?
Oh my god!
Oh, this is a legendary Samira. You've been asking for the Samira. Judge,
I've wanted it for so long!
Here it comes.
And it's like a Tryndamere!
And he has triple Nico. He's going to hit this Samira 2 this turn. Oh, what is happening? I'm just going to watch
Dawn!
poetry in motion right now. There's another
Level
Slayer.
8!
He's going to slam that Nico. Okay.
This is disgusting. I'm actually disgusted in this right now.
He's got no sharpshooter there.
There we go, there we go.
Yep. Very nice.
What? Did he manage to get the, he did get the Shivani in there as well. Chalice, Morello. Okay, this comp looks disgusting.
Yeah, Deathblade, Samira might be the best version of Samira. Oh, he got blown up by Olaf.
Got nuked.
He just needs a stronger solidify the front line, and he's good.
Yep.
I think he can definitely top 3 here. He just needs to finish.
I think first priority for him is going to be getting to Carousel.
Yeah, he could double Nico this Azir and just get instant frontline. He's got a couple options here. He's still got his loaded dice as well. What's he going to hit? He's going to hit the Ornn.
So this will give him an item now, so he's trying to get instant power here. See what item he gets. Okay, mana, so that's okay on... What would you put that on?
Probably on Morgana, yeah, or Azir.
Yeah.
Morgana 2.
Oh, good choice.
He's a little dizzy, but he's making it work. Looks good.
It doesn't really matter where it goes.
I think this is probably the best it can get. The Ionic on the Ornn right now is going to help with this Morgana pool as well. Look at that damage just being dealt. And you're going to see massive work coming out of the Samira, and Fish almost gets knocked out because of that.
Yeah, Fish on 2 health off that. That's Samira, very strong. Wow.
Let's Ornn pull through here. RFC Zeke's, okay, well, that's certainly something to put on Ornn.
Alright, so there's a Slayer Darius there, but I think he's just going to stay on this board. Maybe, I'm just trying to think how we could improve. I think he's cap. This looks okay. Siva. Oh, he's actually gonna get Zeke's value.
Oh.
Nice. RC, nice. Okay, this is Itchy with the Teemo. Unfortunately, Samira's stuck here. That is huge. Samira got stuck right there. That's really, really bad for him. Is she gonna cast at least? Looks like it
yeah,
didn't matter.
she's caught up. It's fine.
Itchy in 8th maybe. How's Fish going? Oh, Fish wins this. Nice. Opal having a bit of trouble now. Very close lobby, actually, from like 2nd to 6th here.
Mm.
Gora's just on his own little island.
Really got to watch that Samira in the back line there. Lucky that he was able to get a win through. Dawn was very close then. I think if that was a stronger comp that they were against, it would have been a struggle to really get that one through. Seeing the Vanguard spat pick up here, so looking to tank someone a little bit more. We think that's going to be Tryndamere, given the chain already on there. We're looking for Azir to get a bit buff.
I'm not sure. I'm interested to see how he uses his loaded die here. He's got 1 loaded die. He wants to spike now for sure. Maybe he plays 4 Vanguard. I don't think he can afford to take out Azir though, so this will be an
I
interesting
think he
turn for
just
him.
drops the Aatrox and runs the Zillion, doesn't he?
Yep. That both gives him cultists. We'll see what he values here.
He doesn't.
Takes out. Okay, there's Silver Pair, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Jord Gauntlet, Deathcap, Ornn coming through.
Yeah, this cast, he's going to be sending that battering ram right through.
He could just run double Azir.
Okay, interesting.
Certainly could.
Values the Pike CC here. Oh, Cat.
Samira with Deathblade decap.
Hopefully Samira doesn't get trap clawed here. Oh, a beautiful cast there. Samira versus Samira. Oh.
Oh, done it as well.
Oh, Itchy goes out in last place.
Yeah, so Itchy was out just before Carousel, and Fish now out as well. Rough for Itchy, and we're going to have to see how the rest of the lobby stacks up in the points afterwards, which I'm sure we'll put on social media for you all to give you an update. That's a blue buff jeweled gauntlet on, but we're more concerned about the item that we get. Anima Visage.
Alright, so put in the Vladimir. Vladimir, interesting. That's Siphon. I don't think Siphon is that important because he has Slayer already. Not a huge fan of it.
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit extra. It doesn't. I'd probably value the stun from the.
Yeah, it looks like he values the healing.
Very
Very vertical team again.
Mm.
I'll see how he goes against Opal here. Opal playing the 6 Vanguard still.
This could be a really big cast from Samira here, and we're about to see it come through.
Well, here it comes.
Waiting for it here, and look at the shred coming out. Not an awful lot. Could be more.
6 Vanguard, very tanky. Having trouble to kill what? Cast again? Okay, second cast was enough.
Oh my lord. And honestly, I think the Siphoner is what brings it through there. Because the healing for Samira coming off of the Morgana pool was just too much.
Those items don't help at all.
No, not the greatest items. Let's put Deathblade on Sivir here. Surprised he hasn't used his loaded die yet. I like to use mine like pretty early.
Everyone else
there's a Jeweled Gauntlet IE available, and I saw an ASOL that only had one item on it, a Hodge, so that could be a very, very troublesome ASOL coming through in a moment with 100% crit.
Yeah, and now there's 3 people on 1 life, so this could get, we could see some people die pretty quickly here. Alright, he's got Sejuani. Sejuani pair and shot. Decides not to go with it.
Okay, this is rough. 2 tank items and a Deathblade, and looking around at the other compositions, it looks like we're going to be in a bit of strife. Trying to work out who to put on what to put on who. I'll ring this D-Claw on Sivir. I don't actually hate that, to be honest.
I don't even think she ever cast, does she? Oh no, she did, and then she died.
Oh, perfect lethal. Oh no! How's the other fight gonna go? How's Opal? It looks like Opal and Slumbers are fighting each other, and one of them's gonna get knocked out. Opal wins, so he actually gets a 4th here.
Oh,
huge.
4!
We take those.
Big game. Okay, Angora sitting at the top still with 52 health is massive. And shout out to Fish for speccing this for us, so we can bring you the top end of this lobby. Opal coming through with a strong board here still, and Mina has my Samira that I do love. Looking at that Olaf as well, and I'm a little scared.
Right, so unfortunately it's on the ASOS side, but it looks like this will be close.
This
Yeah.
3-star Kindred is cranking everything she hits.
Oh yeah, 3-star Kindred. Yeah, you hit it. Nice. How's Opal
2 health.
going?
3-star Kindred.
Oh, Opal.
And
Oh, the bonk.
Oh, the bonk. Bonk versus Olaf. Oh my, she lives. Okay,
oh,
Mina.
the bonk!
That was so close.
Mina and Opal both on 2 HP. I think they're gonna fight each other now. I think.
Someone is going to be out here, and we're going to be left with a
So-
top 2, and Angora is huge.
Opal needs to second place this to win the tournament. If she goes third, she comes second.
Okay, no pressure.
If Mina is at 170 points, if he goes, well, he pretty much needs to win. I mean, his board's not bad.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big kick from the Lee Sin to begin with, and a disarm coming through from Aurelia to follow up. This Kindred is just cranking out damage, though, and heals off of every single cast as well. And
How's
Big
Mina
loss.
That's gonna be
fight
a knockout.
going? Okay, Mina's losing as well. Oh, Samira brings it back though. Samira clutches it for second. Opal.
Oh!
Oh, Agora wins. Agora wins the game. Nice. The double knockout.
The 2-for-1 special from Agora. And that's going to be a nice set of points coming through there. It sets Agora on 300. And I think we're going to have to go down to tiebreakers if my math is correct, friends.
Yeah,
Because
I'm double checking my scores to make sure I put it all in right. But I think we have 3 people tied at 300 points.
Angora, Opal, and Itchy all having a performance to be rivaled today. One thing is for certain, gentlemen, and I think that's 4th place, right, Tycoon?
What was that, sorry?
At least 4th place. It looks like Dawnglade, I think, is locked in, but the positioning for the rest of the top 4 is yet to be decided.
Well, yeah, I'm just double checking the scores now to make sure I had it correct, because that last round ended very quickly. So it was Angora in first.
So, Kareems, while Tycoon gets this math worked out for us so we can announce some winners here, Mikhail just is the play of the night. It's the composition that always seems to come through. A Duelist Kale being often one of the ones slammed with a Ginsu's and a Quicksilver. Is there a preference yourself over which kind of Kale you're playing, or is it just a matter of what you're getting given?
It's a matter of the chosen. So in that game, Angora got a Spirit Kindred, so he actually ended up with 4 Spirit Kale, which is actually kind of niche. Not a lot of people do that, but it's mainly about the chosen you get. So if you get Executioner chosen, you play 4 Executioner. If you get Spirit chosen, you can play 4 Spirit like Angora did. If you get like a Mystic Shen, you can also play like 4 Mystics as well. It's a very flexible comp, which is why a lot of people like it. The items are flexible, the units can be flexible, and every sort of KO comp is all really strong. But
yeah, I think it's look. I think that's probably the best insight we can give on the Kale comp. I think that anything that can pivot and anything that can be reactive to the rest of the lobby is ultimately how you're going to be competing in these high elo games, right? We saw that in the stats when we were discussing Angora. In fact, earlier this evening, the top 4 traits played by Angora are Mystic, Spirit, Ninja, and Divine. So taking up the Ninja there, really you're going to be seeing that's a Divine comp, right? With flex on the chosen and flex on the units.
Yeah, he's played pretty flexibly today. That was his first KO game. He started with Babel, Nico, didn't have a great game there. Then went to his Katarina, and then played a couple Talon games and a KO. So he's a very flexible player. Like I mentioned at the start of the stream. So yeah, it's good to see him come back. He had a few rough games. He went 7-4-7 and then ends the tournament with a 1-1. So, and now he's in a great position to go into regionals and represent OCE potentially.
Yeah. All right. Well,
it's a great way to finish off the day, especially after we'd questioned whether Angora had what it takes to really come back, given that rough start. Tycoon, do we have some results for those who are watching at home?
We absolutely do. So Angora coming back with those 2 first places, because he did go rank 1 in day 2 of the tournament. So you've got Angora, Opal, and Itchy all tied at 300 points for first place. So Angora actually takes out first place because he did better in day 2. Coming in second place, you've got Itchy Penitis. Third was Opal. And then at 280 points, so not only a little bit behind, we have Dawnglade coming in with 4th.
Consistency paying off for Dawnglade. No higher than 3rd all day, but 3rd and 4th the whole way through is what's going to get that 4th place locked in. Massive performances coming out of Itchy and Angora. Itchy having them in game 2 and 3 to get some firsts, but game 1 and 5 weren't the way to go. And then kind of the flip for Angora in the game 1 and 3 were the lower games, but we just watched game 4 and 5 come through with the big finish. Karames, is there anything to learn from what we've seen here for someone to take into solo queue tonight in terms of compositions?
Our compositions, obviously Kale is really strong. We saw a bit of Brawler, a lot of reroll comps as well. But the biggest thing I took out of it, the amount of scouting. You just see them scouting all the time, always trying to judge how strong they are in comparison to the lobby. Always scouting before making a decision. Definitely, you can see all the challenger players do that, so... I think the scouting was the big thing. But yeah, Kale's very strong. Obviously, the next patch is on Thursday, so you guys still got time before the next big patch. So yeah.
And Tycoon, my friend, if you had to take one thing away from tonight's proceedings, what would that be from you?
Play more Bonky Kong, for sure.
play the bonk.
Yeah, play the bonk. Everyone needs to get on the bonky train.
The bonk is king. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps us for tonight. Another big thank you to our sponsors, Optus, Puma, Logitech G, and Alienware. As we look at the scoreboard one last time, Angora taking it out on top, Itchy in second, Opal in third, all tied for 300 score. But as mentioned by Tycoon, the tiebreaker from day 2's performance is what separates them. And Dawnglade will receive the 4th invite to the regional finals. Of course, players can get in from this 4 spots here, from being the best performance from the qualifier events. 8 players will get in via cumulative point totals, and that's where we could see a few of these others from today sneaking in. 16 players will get in from the ladder snapshots, and then 4 more players will get in from the last chance open qualifier to be played out March 1st to 7th. This has been one hell of a night, ladies and gentlemen. Angora, Itchy, Opal, and Dawnglade getting those invites. We'll be seeing them in just shy of a month's time. I'd like to thank my co-casters. Tycoon, thank you so much for being here, my friend.
Thanks.
And thank you, Karames, for joining me once I finally got your name right. It's been a wonderful night casting with you as well, my friend. Shout out to Order for hosting this event. It's been massive to see some of the best brains in Oceanic TFT fight it out for a regional final spot. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Oceanic TFT Fates Regional Series. It's closed qualifier number 2, presented by Optus. I'm Judge, that's Tycoon and Karames. Good night, and we'll see you for the next part of this Oceanic qualifier.
All right, see you later. See you next qualifier.